But yeah, reach back to 2015 to find an example from Sony. Good job, man. And then look at this shit. Oh no, whatever shall we do with 30 FPS? Meanwhile, games on PS5 barely had games like Returnal at 30. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? So, because one game on PlayStation ran at 30 FPS, it's okay for all games? Like, I don't know what the fuck he's getting at there. Want to make sure we have the same energy for Nintendo games as well. Yet last time I checked, Nintendo's not out here marketing the Switch as the world's most powerful console. Big difference. And then we got this one. I don't know why anyone is getting upset about Starfield being locked at 30 FPS, lol.
Bruh.
What the fuck? As if one of the first mods won't be an INI file change to unlock the frame rate like in Skyrim and Fallout 4. So dog, I literally reply and go, good luck doing that on an Xbox. Because in case you guys didn't know, you can't really access INI files on a fucking Xbox version of a, video game because consoles don't have, that functionality at all. That's why you have to use like the fucking Bethesda Creation Club to mod. And he goes, it's on both games on console, lol. What do you mean? I don't know what the fuck that means. And it goes, not gonna lie, that comment shows that you don't know what you're talking about.
Bruh.
Okay, bro. Also, maybe if you took the time to focus more on making videos instead of streaming, you'd be a little bit more informed. No, seriously, please make more videos. I miss... Like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? Does he not understand that you can't mod console games like you can PC? Like, what a fucking... Oh my god. And then this dumbass. Honestly, I don't care. I play Switch 30 FPS is totally fine, and some people need to play it more so they lose the pull up their ass about 60 FPS. I can't even tell the difference, and I bet 99% of gamers can't either unless they run it through a program that counts frames. If the game is fun, I'll play it. If Starfield is 30, I'll play it either way. I also want to state that 60 will be added a bit later, so it's still happening, so you're really blowing this up over nothing. Griffin. Kinda usual for you, though. Dog, this shit is pathetic, and I just want to point everybody's attention to one thing real quick, because I saw this going around the internet. I just want to bring this to everybody's attention, because we can add another thing to, Phil Spencer's, I guess... team's sweet little lies, bro. So here we go. Please force developers to give us the choice of either higher performance or higher image quality. We need 60 FPS back in consoles. And Aaron Greenberg responds saying, 60 FPS will be the standard output, but the architecture allows us to support up to 120. Wow, dude. That aged like a fine wine. But these motherfuckers are out here in full-blown damage control mode right now. And it's fucking great. I mean, bro, Colt Eastwood's having to actually call this shit out for once. And he actually admitted that he, I guess, hid the fact that when he was playing the demo of Redfall, when he got flown out to Microsoft to go play it, that apparently on the PC version it was running like absolute fucking dog shit, and that's why they wouldn't allow them to actually capture their own gameplay footage. So, dude, this shit is an absolute fucking L. This game is gonna be a hot pile of dog shit. Like, 30 FPS is gonna be the max on console. That shit's probably gonna dip into the 20s. Easily. But yeah, just another wonderful Microsoft moment I wanted to point out. 60 FPS will be the standard output. Oh my god, man. It's just great. It really is. I mean, I knew something looked off about this game. I didn't know it was that bad, though. Like, shit, man. That's pretty wild.
Either
like, I knew something was up with this game, but
out.
I didn't know it was that bad. Like, damn, man. I knew something was up. Oh my god, bro. It's just like, it's great. Motherfuckers are in full-blown damage control right now. Like, if you browse through Colt Eastwood's comment section, it's just filled with people going, I don't care, man. It's in Game Pass, so I don't have to buy it anyway, so I can deal with 30 FPS. It's like, that is such a cucked attitude, bro. That is like literal cucked consumer mentality right there. That shit is absolutely fucking sad. Like, these Xbox guys are like really just cucked at this point. Like, this was supposed to be their big game, bro. Like, this is the first, like, big game they've gotten since Halo Infinite. And it's shaping up to be another fucking stinker, bro. Like, Microsoft has learned nothing from Halo Infinite. Why are they releasing an incomplete game yet again? I mean, to my knowledge, Halo Infinite at least launched with, what, a 120 frames per second mode? If I'm not mistaken. So, dude, if they can't even get this game to run at 60 frames per second on console before release, there's something really fucking wrong. There's something really fucking wrong, because adjusting a frame rate is simple shit. Like, that's literally just adjusting graphics sliders on the back end. So there's got to be something really bad going on behind the scenes when it comes to that game. And now we're learning that Colt Eastwood, of all people, experienced the game running like absolute shit on PC, so that's kind of interesting as well, too. So it seems like even the PC version's gonna have fucking issues. It's gonna be very interesting, man. Very interesting. Oh, it's this shitty fucking campaign mission. I remember the campaign for this crap. So, Amber's Fur with the 2, Halo 5 was 60 FPS. How are we going backwards? It is absolutely crazy, man. The world's most powerful console can't even get a game to launch at 60 frames per second that looks like it should have come out at the beginning of last generation. Like, there is nothing special about the graphics or, like, you know, the visuals of Redfall. It looks like a cheap Fortnite copy. It literally looks like Fortnite, but with worse gameplay. And being first person. Like, that is the art style of Redfall. A slightly dumbed down look of Fortnite. Like, I think Fortnite looks better, honestly, graphically. But yeah, no, this game is going to be a massive fucking flop. Easily. Amber's Fur with the 5, unless the game is Cuphead, where it's hand-drawn frames or Flight Simulator. What's the excuse for 30 FPS on the new consoles? Forza Horizon 5 had 60 FPS. There is no excuse, man. It's just poor fucking development. Once again, a game under Microsoft's leadership is having development issues. What a shock. What a shock. And what makes this shit even better, too, is this is Microsoft's first $70 game since they raised the price of their first-party studio titles. So, really great justification for the price increase with this one. You're basically spending $70 for an incomplete game. Like, let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Talk about a fucking, you know, great way to justify that price increase. It's just fucking crazy, man. It really is. Like, I already knew Redfall was going to be a, like, mid-game overall. But it's like, now it's, like, looking like it's going to be a broken game. On top of just being mid. Like, we're looking at, I guess, like a Crackdown 3 scenario again. Where the game does not live up to expectations in the slightest. And is just, like, plagued with a bunch of fucking issues. Like, there's already the disappointing news about the co-op progression not carrying over. So if you play co-op with your friends, your progression doesn't fucking carry over to your game. which, you know, games like Borderlands and Dead Island and fucking Dying Light have had for over a decade at this point. They don't even have that shit in the game. I mean, the gameplay looks fucking boring. And now you can't even play the game at 60 FPS. But hey, man, you get to play it at 4K 30. Let's go, dude. How exciting. And the game looks like it could run on a base Xbox One, no problem. Like, what the fuck, man? So now it's basically all but confirmed in my mind that Starfield's going to be 30 FPS as well on console. Because Todd Howard's already hinted at that. And if they can't get this game to run at 60 FPS, then there's no fucking chance Bethesda's getting the creation engine to run at 60 FPS. There ain't no fucking way. So that rumor that Redfall and, you know, Starfield are going to launch at 30 FPS on console is seeming very, very likely. Which is a massive fucking L, dude. An absolute fucking... it's just, like, insane, dude. It really is. You got Redfall and Starfail at this point. I don't know. Dude, it's just like, I don't know how people are capping for this shit. And you got dumb motherfuckers in my comment section saying they can see the difference when the frame rate drops from 60 to 30, but they can't tell the difference of when the frame rate increases from 30 to 60. Like,
bruh.
Dude, you can't make this shit up. You really cannot make this shit up, bro. Like, these guys have, like, just peak Stockholm syndrome at this point. Like, that's what it is. They're just, like, they have fallen in love with their captors. They are so, like, cucked by Phil Spencer at this point, and just getting strung along by his, like, chain of lie after lie after lie, that they just can't break the fucking conditioning. They're, like, fucking hypnotized, dude, and they don't want to wake up. It's like basically in The Matrix when fucking Morpheus gives Neo the fucking red and blue pill and offers him the choice to, you know, wake the fuck up. You know, those motherfuckers are popping the blue pills like fucking Viagra in a retirement home that just brought in a whole fucking busload of strippers. Like, it's insane, man. They just want to keep living in this fucking delusion. They just want to keep living in this fucking delusion that eventually things are going to get better. I mean, this game has already been delayed for, what, over a year at this point, too? So what the fuck have they... Like, it's just... It's insanity. It really is, man. It's just one thing after a fucking another. There's never, like... There's never that relief. Like, you just are literally getting, like, dragged behind a fucking speeding truck as an Xbox fan, hoping that one day it's just gonna stop and you'll get a little bit of relief. But it's just like continuous fucking torture. They never fucking deliver. And when they finally have like games coming out, it's a massive fucking disappointment. Like, this is a $1 trillion company that can't release a fucking $70 AAA release at 60 frames per second on the world's most powerful console.
Bruh.
And for the dipshits going, well, nobody bitches about Nintendo games being at 30. Bro, the Nintendo Switch is a fucking shitty cell phone chip from 2014. Nobody fucking expects the Switch to have good graphics or performance. Nintendo does not market their console as the world's most powerful console. That is not the fucking marketing gimmick of the Switch. The entire selling point of the Xbox Series X was the fucking point that it was the world's most powerful console. It didn't launch with any fucking first-party games. The only thing they sold people that console on was the fact that it was the world's most powerful console. There were no launch titles that people actually wanted to go out and buy. That was it. The selling point was the performance of that console. And now they have their first $70 AAA release from a first-party developer that now you're having to pay for up front, and you're not even getting 60 frames per second until an undisclosed later date. Like, what in the actual fuck are they doing? It is absolutely fucking crazy, man. What the fuck is going on there? Oscar with the 5, who are you? Laugh my ass off. You just popped up in my feed. Bro, you probably sit home all day watching YouTube and going through Reddit. Dude, it's just insane. Let me see if I have that one. I do not. Fuck. I think I have that one converted. I need to put more on the physical soundboard. And El Rosario Soul with the 24 months. What's up, man? Thank you for the 2 years. What's the point of buying new gen if it can't run 60? And like in Microsoft's own fucking words, man, 60 frames per second is the new baseline. The technology of these consoles should allow for games to run at 120. Why the fuck is 30 FPS even a fucking thing on Microsoft's first-party titles at this point? It is absolutely insane. HTM 101 with the 2. Street Fighter 6 is having a showcase with Lil Wayne next week. That's pretty cool. I did not know he was like a Street Fighter fan. And Swear Spark with the 2. My guess is Redfall isn't optimized at all. Yeah, that's what Cold Eastwood was saying. Which he concealed in his initial impressions video, by the way. Keep that in mind. There was no mention of how fucking shitty the game actually ran. Or the fact that, you know... Well, I think he did mention it very quickly, but... You know, another massive red flag is they flew all these developers out to fucking Arcane to go play this game. Or not developers, fucking news people out early to Arcane to like try out the game for like a couple hours. And they didn't let anyone capture their own gameplay. They only let people release B-roll footage. What does that sound like, guys? What games have done that recently? I mean, is that ever a good sign? Is that ever a fucking good sign? Because I don't think so. If developers don't want you to see their game outside of an extremely controlled environment, is that usually a good sign that they have faith in that game? Or is it usually a sign that that game is going to be an absolute fucking shit heap? In 2023 Perfect Dark with a 5, people keep asking me if I'm excited for Perfect Dark. I keep saying no. Why not, bro? It's the first quadruple A studio making that game. Didn't you hear? You know, it's such a large and, you know, amazing studio to be considered quadruple A that they're literally having to outsource the game to another studio instead of making it in-house. Because that's what I think of when I think of a quadruple A studio, is not even being able to develop their own game. If Xbox is fucking up this hard constantly, then they're going to find a way to fuck that game. Oh, dude, definitely. Well, they're not even making that game. They're getting fucking, I think, Crystal Dynamics to make it. Like, they're not even creating that game themselves. They literally outsourced it to Crystal Dynamics, I'm pretty sure. Which is now owned by the motherfuckers that put out Saints Row Reboot. So, yeah. Get excited, everyone. Get excited. Oracular fan with a 5. Appreciate it, man. I saw your comment earlier where you're like, you know it's bad when I'm not even defending Xbox. To which I say, agreed, man. There's no defense for this shit. And the thing is like, we'll see like the Xbox fanboys and shit call this stuff out today. But in a week, they'll be defending it. Watch. The tune will change very quickly after the initial, like, news breaks. Because right now, if you came out and tried to defend this shit on your YouTube channel, you would be the biggest fucking just absolute dumbass in the world. But in a week or two, when people have already kind of moved on, then that's when they'll start preaching to the choir and start defending this shit. Just wait, it'll happen. It's only a matter of time before the Colt Eastwoods and all of them, you know, the Dealer Gamings. What's the other Xbox dude, Zalker or whatever? Dude, we haven't watched him in a while. We probably should check his channel out. Shit, I forgot that dude even existed. But, you know, they'll all start singing a very different tune soon. They'll be like, oh, it's not that big a deal. It'll come a couple months after release. You know, wait till E3 so we can get 60 FPS on fucking Starfield, Redfall. Wait till E3 for 60 FPS on Redfall. Bro, that's the new one, man. It's no longer waiting for fucking video games at E3. Now you have to wait for 60 FPS to be announced at fucking E3 for Xbox games. You don't wait anymore for E3 for video games. You wait for the fucking announcement of when you can play the game you bought at 60 frames per second. Nah, Microsoft is still doing an E3-esque event for like that Summer Games Fest garbage. So, it's just a different name, basically. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna watch the Colt Eastwood video, man. I think we should rewatch his initial impressions and then watch his follow-up. Because I want to hear him dick stroke that fucking game and now have the nerve to come out and say like, oh yeah, well when I originally played it, it fucking sucked. But meanwhile, in his fucking glowing preview video, he literally had nothing but positive things to say about it. It was like the second coming of Jesus. So I think we should watch the fucking the narrative shape in real time. Because motherfuckers definitely cannot
keep that same energy.
Yeah, Colt had to call it out to save any little bit of credibility he had left. But then he goes into the damage control, too, saying like, oh, most people won't care. Oh, you know, the game will still get great reviews. Like, basically, he's still damage controlling for it. Don't you doubt it for a second. But, you know, all of a sudden, the game was poorly optimized from the very first time he played it, but never thought to mention that shit until now. Like,
Bruh.
let's see, Timothy Marco with the 2, imagine delaying a core technical feature of a game. And that's the thing, dude, it's like literally adjusting graphical sliders on a dev kit. That's basically what they're delaying. Like, if that's how broken that game is, that they can't lower textures in order to get a higher frame rate, there's something really fucking wrong with that game. Like, there's gotta be something really wrong on the back end. That whenever they try to raise the frame rate above 30, something like literally breaks. And Zach Miklas with a 10, it's a sad reality for Xbox, lol. They can't do a simple, easy thing. If I were the boss at Microsoft, I would clean house ASAP. They can't do a AAA game to save their lives. They really cannot. Like, this shit is pitiful. And what's funny is, too, is the first game that Microsoft is releasing after owning Bethesda on Xbox is like this massive technical failure. That does not really inspire great faith. But I mean, it makes sense to why all these other studios they've purchased have not put anything out either, really. It's just like, there's something going on, man. There really is. There has to be. And I think it's just a total lack of oversight. Like, that's the only thing I can think of that's going on. Like, everybody working at these studios just has no, like, actual incentive to work hard because they know that Microsoft paycheck's coming at the end of the month regardless of how many copies of a game they sell or how close they get to launch versus the progress made on the game. Like, they know that paycheck's coming either way because Microsoft just spent all this money to acquire the studio, so it's not like they're gonna fucking gut it. You know? It's just wild, man. It really is. Blue Senshi with the 2, I think Xbox is on drugs the way they keep acting. It's like they want to fail. I heard this thing. I don't know how true this is. I didn't really look into it. But I heard that the Xbox Series consoles are actually selling slower than the Xbox One was. Like, apparently the Xbox One sales numbers are estimated to be, like, outpacing the Series consoles at this point in the, like, generation. I don't know how true that is. I didn't really investigate it, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Microsoft has already said they don't really give a fuck about console. Because all they care, like, this is the thing, is the Satya Nadella guy, who's the CEO of Microsoft, is now directly judging their gaming division's success based on membership numbers. So the number of people they get into Game Pass is how they're determining success of their gaming division, basically, at this point. And guess what? The amount of people you can sell Game Pass to on console is very, very, very fucking small. Like, they've probably already maxed out the maximum amount of people that are going to buy Game Pass across, like, the Xbox console ecosystem, which is what, like 25 million subs? So the only place they can go and try and, like, extend that number is other platforms like PC and mobile. So I just really don't think their consoles are a priority anymore. I really think they just don't give a fuck about it. The only thing they care about is driving Game Pass, like, numbers. And they're just completely ignoring their fucking console division as a result. Because the maximum amount of people, basically, have already bought Game Pass on the Xbox consoles. There's not really any new customers to market to at this point. Because it seems like the only people that actually went out and bought an Xbox Series console are people who had an Xbox One last generation and don't want to fucking lose their game library. Or, you know, people that went out and bought an Xbox because they couldn't find a PlayStation, but now that they can actually get a PlayStation, they're not buying Xboxes anymore. I think that's what's going on. I don't think Xbox is capturing new customers. I think they're just selling to their existing core, like, fan base, and that's it. But I think their biggest thing is they just want to shove as much shit out the door onto PC Game Pass to try and get people to buy into it. Because that's where they can start making a large portion of their money. If they can tap in to that Windows user base, which has always been the dream of Microsoft, to have a strong gaming presence on Windows, because they've never actually been able to harness that. You know, that's where they can start boosting their subscription numbers and get more and more, like, monthly active subscribers, because that's how the CEO of Microsoft is measuring Phil Spencer's performance in the gaming division. Because if you guys remember, Phil Spencer gave that interview and he basically said, like, oh, the numbers have kind of plateaued, they haven't gone up as much as we expected them to, blah blah blah. So how do you get more people to subscribe to Game Pass? Shove as much shit out the door as possible and try to get people to, like, I guess, drop money on it on different platforms than Xbox. Because there's only so many Xboxes out there, but there's a damn near infinite supply of Windows PCs and cell phones. So it's definitely interesting, man. I would love to see the fucking back end information that Microsoft is looking at, like the financial breakdowns and, like, fucking stats and everything, because their gaming division just seems like a complete fucking dumpster fire at this point. I don't think they even know what the fuck they're doing. I really don't think they know what the fuck they're doing at this point. I think they're shooting in the fucking dark, man. I think they are shooting in the fucking dark. Oracular fan with the 5. You know it's bad when I have to call out Xavier Oviedo, that Xbox guy. Wait, is this like a YouTuber? Which I am an Xbox guy myself. Xavier is in full damage control mode. Is this like a YouTuber? Hold on, let me check. Bro, the, like, amount of Xbox fanboys left on social media is like a fucking endangered species when it comes to, like, YouTubers. Okay, no, I don't think he makes, fuck. Damn. I don't think he has a channel. I'm guessing he's a Twitter user. Groovy with the 2 seems the Bonnie Ross thing did not wake people up. It's crazy, man. It really is. I mean, something as basic as 60 frames per second. Like, it's not even like they're doing like some crazy gameplay feature or something like that. It's literally just adjusting a fucking, you know, graphics slider on a dev kit and then pushing out a different version of the game. It should take, like, absolutely nothing. DJ Aftershock with the 2, do you think Microsoft devs want to sit on their hands? I mean, I think that's what they're doing anyway. It's just, they want to get paid to do nothing, it seems like. And Microsoft encourages that mentality. I don't think you can look at it any other way. Regnier with the 5, I was on Xbox from the original to Xbox One, but this gen moved to PC primarily. Seems I made the right choice. 30 FPS in 2023 is just sad. Except the Switch. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the Switch is not out here claiming to be the world's most powerful console. It's like literally a fucking glorified tablet that plays like fucking kiddie games and party games. Like, Nintendo has never marketed this shit as the world's most powerful console. You know, what is Microsoft's marketing line? Like, power your dreams or some shit? Like, that is not Nintendo's fucking gimmick. Microsoft is out here pushing this narrative that they have the world's most powerful console and games run the best on Xbox. They said that 60 FPS was the new baseline for video games and we should expect 120 FPS because of how powerful the console is. None of this shit is materializing, man. Games run better on PlayStation. Xbox can't even get a fucking 60 FPS mode on their fucking first AAA game in 2 years. That's $70. It's like, there is something just rotten about that entire gaming division. Like, from the top down, it's like decaying from the inside. There's like decay and rot, bro. It's like the scarlet rot in fucking Elden Ring. Once it touches you, you just fucking evaporate into nothing. It's a slow and painful decay that leaves nothing but destruction in its wake. Like, that is literally the Microsoft leadership when it comes to gaming at this point. Everything they touch turns to fucking shit. And, you know, it is really fucking sad. Because I like Microsoft games. Gears of War, Halo, Forza even, Fable. I mean, I would love to play shit like Avowed, which looks really cool. Like, those are games that I would actually want to fucking play. But Microsoft ruins this shit. They absolutely fucking ruin everything they fucking touch. They have an inability to nurture any sort of talent, creativity, or make anything of any fucking substance. They just push out junk. It's like the fucking McDonald's of gaming. It's cheap shit that you can shovel down your gullet, that you enjoy for a couple minutes, but then regret the time you wasted or the money you spent. Because in reality, the experience was nothing fucking special. You know, it's like when you're stuffing your face with like 3 double cheeseburgers from fucking McDonald's. Like, yeah, it tastes good in the moment, but the aftermath, you feel like absolute fucking shit because you just shoveled a bunch of crap down your throat. And that's what, like, Microsoft's, like, first-party output is like. Like, sure, Redfall might be fun for 10 minutes when you try it in Game Pass, but are you going to play that game for any prolonged period of time? Fuck no. That game is going to be a one and done when it comes to people trying that shit out. They'll try it out once, never go back. Especially with the game being at 30 FPS. They'll never touch me, bro. Bill Gates will never get his fucking microchips into me. I just don't know how Phil can claim to be like this gamer. Which he is, bro. He's a fucking Destiny sweat. That's what's funny about this entire thing, is Phil literally plays video games. Does he not stop by these studios and, like, try the video games they're working on? Like, you're the head of fucking Xbox, bro. Pick up a goddamn controller. Like, you literally have the best excuse in the world to sit on your fucking ass and play video games for a couple hours a day. I mean, it's just insanity to me, dude. How does he look at these games and go, yeah, this is great, man. Fucking Pentiment. Halo Infinite that, you know, doesn't have basic fucking multiplayer functions. That's great, man. Push that shit out. Our fan bases will love that. Dude, it's not even that he's managing the studios on his own. It's that maybe once a week, he says, hey, send me over the files for the latest test build of fucking Halo Infinite. I want to try it out. And he plays it for 10 minutes. Goes, hey, where's Team Deathmatch? Or Slayer, whatever the fuck. On the multiplayer menu. Oh, we aren't going to have that at launch, sir. Why the fuck not? Oh, we'll fix that. Like, basic shit like that, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Like, this is stuff that a quote-unquote gamer should be able to point out in, like, half a fucking second. And that's what's so worrisome about this whole thing. It's like, it's not even complicated shit that Microsoft is getting wrong here. It's, like, basic fucking, like, just basic functionality. Like, how the fuck do you release a multiplayer shooter in 2021 with no fucking, like, actual mode selection? How do you not have a progression system? How do you launch with 5 maps, 2 of which are so bad they literally get removed from ranked play because they're so fucking shittily designed? How do you go, what, 18 months with 2 multiplayer maps added to the game, when you literally have an entire back catalog of existing multiplayer maps that number in the hundreds? And now we're going down the same route with Redfall. How the fuck can you not, like, in the span of, what, a year since that game got delayed initially, adjust a fucking graphics slider to make the game run at a higher frame rate and lower the texture and resolution quality? I mean, this is shit I can do on my PC in 10 seconds. You're telling me a fucking trained developer can't do the fucking same? These games run on PC architecture. There's no fucking excuse. If the PC version has graphics sliders, then the console version also can have graphics sliders. It's just, it's mind-blowing, man. It really is. It's just like fucking death by a million paper cuts with Microsoft. Every opportunity they have to do something right, they find a way to fuck it up. Azul with the 2, 30 FPS in 2023. Imagine that. Yup. I just don't even know what the fuck to say at this point. I really don't know what the fuck to say. I mean, this is just total... I don't even know what word... It's just like, bro, I don't even know how to put this shit in words. It's just total incompetency from the top down. There is not a single studio at Microsoft, it seems like, that has their shit together. Maybe you could say Turn 10, but even then, I think a lot of people have complaints about the new Forza games. So, I don't know. I don't really blame them. But it's just like total incompetency. I think that's the best way to put it. Because people are not doing their fucking job. Yeah, and didn't Ghostwire Tokyo just release on Xbox and it's like a buggy, unplayable mess? It's like really fucking bad. Like one of the worst console ports this generation. I mean, it's just, it's wild, man. also added de novo to the PC version as another way to... So wait, they added de novo after the game's already been out for like a year? Really? Why? That's dumb as fuck, man. That is absolutely fucking stupid. The game's been out for a year on PC. Who the fuck is pirating that shit? So the reason why they use de novo for their games is because in the first month, which usually is how long it takes to crack games, right? About a month. That's when you get the majority of your sales, is in that period for most video games. Like, most video games are very much like front-loaded when it comes to video game sales. So theoretically, every single copy that they can divert piracy on is, you know, potential money. Now, later down the line, when, you know, the game gets cracked, most people aren't buying the game at full price at that point, so they don't lose out on as much money. I think it's the rationale behind it. Greg with the 2, Microsoft should focus on console. Clearly, Game Pass isn't working. But see, that's the thing, is they're more worried about getting people on, like, PC and mobile phone to buy Game Pass. Because that is how Microsoft is evaluating their gaming division now. That's it. Like, they have gone all in on Game Pass and are willing to sacrifice basically everything else to pursue that fucking pipe dream at this point. So, basically, Game Pass is make or break for Xbox as a company within Microsoft. I think Microsoft would get out of gaming if Game Pass flopped. Like, if they cannot successfully grow Game Pass after a certain amount of time, I think they're just gonna ditch gaming, in all honesty. Because Xbox, like, was already kind of on the chopping block for a while. Because, you know, it's never really been a big, I guess, profit driver for Microsoft at all. It's always been kind of a loser division for them. But, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like, how the fuck... I mean, it's like they've plateaued with the Game Pass memberships. And it's like, how the fuck are you going to get people to buy into Game Pass if you release dog shit, though? Like, I'm on PC. If I, like, didn't... Like, this is the thing. I probably should cancel my Game Pass membership because I don't even fucking use it. But it's like, let's say I wasn't already a Game Pass sub. There's no way I'm fucking subscribing to Game Pass to play fucking Redfall. I'm not gonna subscribe to Game Pass to play fucking Starfield. Like, I don't want to use the Xbox launcher. I mean, I'm stubborn that way. Like, shit, man, if it's not on Steam, I just don't even bother with it. It's not even in the running. And the thing is, too, is most of the games on Game Pass I already fucking own anyway. So I don't think they're enticing people. And that's the reason why it's plateauing. And now their console sales are starting to plateau. Let me see if I can find that article. I can't find anything recent. Again, I don't know how true that is, but I mean, that's the thing, is even prior to that, like, I just looked at the numbers. At this point, I think in January of this year, like, so what, 13 months into the generation? Or no, not 13 months. 25 months into the generation. You know, the Xbox One had sold 19.5 million, and the Series X and S had sold 20 million. So if you look at it, the numbers are not much better than the Xbox One at this point. Like, it's just slightly more because the Xbox Series console was the console that was available when the PlayStation 5 wasn't. So, like, if you look at it, it's just barely outpacing the Xbox One in terms of sales. That's not a great sign. That's not like, that's what I mean. I think that's the issue that Microsoft is running into. They're not effectively translating, you know, Game Pass and the quote-unquote value it offers to new customers. All they're doing is basically preaching to the choir. You know, basically what they did is they kind of like turned fans who would have bought their games anyway into people who no longer buy their games at all because they can get the games for dirt fucking cheap in Game Pass. Like, that's the thing, is they've almost hurt themselves pursuing Game Pass if you really want to boil it down, because unless they're able to pick up like that casual user base that didn't have an Xbox last generation, then they're not really making any headway. Game Pass is not the fucking seller of consoles they were anticipating it to be. It's basically just taking away game sales revenue at this point. Regnier with the 5, I've always preferred Microsoft games versus Sony. Same here, man. I don't even like Sony's games. That's the wild thing. Like, I'd much rather be playing good Gears of War and Halo games any day of the week, or like maybe a new Fable game. Those are the type of games that I like. But unfortunately, Microsoft doesn't want me to like those games anymore. Let's see. And it sucks to see where they are. They spent last gen building up this one, and they've done nothing. Yup, they've bought all these studios with nothing to fucking show for it. And the first game that's like an Xbox exclusive, quote unquote, you know, their first AAA $70 title from Bethesda is literally launching without the ability to play it at basically what should be the baseline frame rate in 2023. The fact that we even have 30 FPS modes in 2023 at all is fucking pitiful, in my opinion. 60 FPS should be the bare fucking minimum. Dude, they've had the same list of games on the way for the past 5 years. We've seen nothing from them. I don't know how many more times you have to say, wait until E3, man. Maybe they'll show gameplay for this game they announced 4 years ago. Oh, wait, no, it got canceled. Oh, wait, nope, still nothing. Like, they just keep kicking it down the fucking street, man. They're kicking the can at this point. The fuck out. There's nothing. And the first game that we actually get something out of that's about to release, you get this awful fucking news about. It's not a good sign. And not to mention, this is a game that was delayed for an entire year for fucking polishing. Uriel Delgado with the 2, haven't heard of Amazing Lucas, his laugh in a while. I don't know if he does gaming shit anymore, to be honest. I think he just does politics at this point. I don't know, in all honesty. I haven't really heard anything about him, so I would assume he just does political content. HTM101 with the 2, Nintendo is better at supporting games. Really sad. I mean, yeah, Nintendo has like game development down to a science. They know what their fans want, and they make those type of games better than anybody else. And I think Sony's in that same boat, too. Like, Sony fans love that fucking movie game experience, and Sony makes better movie games than anyone else on the market. Whatever genre of game Microsoft tries to make a game in is like some dog shit fucking B-rate like clone of something much better and more popular. Oracular fan with the 5, in terms of your comment that PS run games better than Series X runs games at better resolution than PS5, is better VRR. I mean, I'm just referring to like some Digital Foundry videos and shit that I've seen people point out. Like, there's several AAA games that run better on PlayStation versus Xbox. Like, I know Call of Duty runs better on PlayStation versus Xbox. Same with, I think, what, Resident Evil 4? that also runs better on PlayStation. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really looked into it too much. But, I mean, if Xbox is really the more powerful console, it shouldn't even be a competition. I think, honestly, the power differential, like, is negligible at best. I don't think either one has a very clear advantage, like, you know, was promised. It kind of seems like a toss-up of which one's going to run better or not. And Timothy Marco with the 2. Thank God Sebastian Cooper isn't here. Oh my god, yeah, I know. He'd be telling us how to make fucking $80 million with Chat GPT, bro, and about how he fucks 85 bitches in his fucking apartment because he has roommates at age 50. Like, oh my god. Don't even get me started on that shit. Waterboy with the 1 month at tier 3. Start a petition to either fire Phil Spencer. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to have any impact on it, man. He's put in his fucking legwork at the company. He's been with Microsoft for over 2 decades, so... Unfortunately, if you're with a company long enough, you'll eventually make your way up through the ranks, and they don't really get rid of you at that point. If anything, he'd get retasked. Nefarious with the 2. I just... Oh, fuck. I don't know if I have that one. Yeah, I don't have that one, but
Look here! Look, listen!
Oracular fan with the 5. That's what I was referring to. I watch Digital Foundry a lot and have noticed a lot of resolution advantages favoring Series X. But see, that's the thing. If I had to choose between a more stable frame rate and resolution, I'd pick the frame rate every single time. Resolution is, like, so unimportant, in my opinion. Like, I could not give a single fuck about 4K gaming. I mean, shit, bro. I have an $1,800 monitor. I could definitely afford to play video games in 4K if I wanted to. But instead, I bought a 1440p, 240 hertz monitor that's like a fucking 49-inch ultra-wide. Like, because I'd rather play at a higher frame rate and a lower resolution, because the frame rate is what affects your actual gameplay experience. Like, you don't feel a resolution when you're playing a game between, like, 1440p and 4K. Like, yeah, the 4K is going to look sharper, whatever. But if I'm playing Call of Duty or some shit like that, you know, is a 4K visual really going to be that noticeable versus 1440p? Fuck no. I mean, most professional gamers or whatever put their fucking games on low settings so they can maximize their frame rate, because the frame rate actually affects your gameplay. And that's what's irritating. It's just like, you know, it seemed like Microsoft had that kind of through their thick skull at one point. It was like, oh yeah, they're actually focusing on frame rates, it seems like. But it seems that's not the case, because now we have 4K 30. Why can't we get 1440p 60 FPS? I think that would be much more appealing to literally anyone.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Oracular fan with the 5. Appreciate it, man. And Regnir with the 2. I'd rather have 1080p and higher FPS. Same here, man. Yup. Like, I would pick that any day of the week. If I had the choice between 4K 60 or 1080p 120, 1080p 120. Because that is what directly affects your actual experience playing the video game. Which monitor do I have? So I have the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey G7, which is 1440p, 240 hertz. It's like my main monitor. Then over to the left, I have the Samsung Odyssey G9 49-inch, 240 hertz, 1440p ultra wide. And then to my right, I have the Asus VG278Q, I believe 1080p, 144 hertz. So that is like my monitor setup. So I use my, I've never actually like played games on my ultra wide, because I use my main monitor because it would make, you know, streams look really weird if I had like an ultra wide input. But yeah, that's my setup. That's what I'm rocking. Nick with the 5. Hey Griffin, do you think at this point Microsoft will cancel Xbox and get out of gaming? I think if Game Pass ultimately fails to grow, I think them buying Activision is like a Hail Mary to try and push people into Game Pass. Because that is 100% how they're evaluating the performance of their gaming division. If you listen to anything Phil Spencer talks about, whenever he talks about how he talks to Sadia or whatever, they talk about Game Pass subscription numbers. Game Pass subscription numbers is the metric by which Microsoft is measuring success in the gaming division. Because console sales are fucking, like, they're depressing. You could never measure success as a console manufacturer and be in Xbox's situation. They have a declining user base comparable to overall video game market growth. They have a decaying, like, customer base when it comes to their console sales when you compare it to actual, like, gaming market growth. Like, look at PS3 sales versus PS4. It was a massive fucking increase. And PS5 is now outpacing the PlayStation 4. Sony is having, like, insane growth in their gaming division. Look at Nintendo. The Switch is on pace to be Nintendo's best-selling console of all time. And look at Microsoft. The Xbox original did okay for, I guess, an entry console to the market. The 360 was a runaway success. And the Xbox One was a complete fucking failure, and the Xbox Series consoles are basically on pace with the Xbox One at this point. Meanwhile, the overall gaming industry is growing exponentially. So it's not a great position for them to be in. When you look at your two main competitors in the console market, and they're both experiencing sales spikes and increased interest in their consoles, and you're Microsoft and you have a basically shrinking user base in a sense comparable to the overall industry growth, it's not a good position to be in. So the only way you can actually measure success as Microsoft at this point is from service revenue. And unless they can continue to keep pushing that service like membership number up, it's not going to look good for the gaming division. That's all I can say, because Microsoft is no fucking stranger to cutting off loser fucking business segments. And gaming is not big enough for them to actually fucking care about it. And that's just the reality, man. And people will say, like, oh, well, they're buying Activision for $70 billion. That's because if they don't spend that money, they have to pay taxes on it. Like, Microsoft is so large that them buying Activision is a fucking tax write-off. Like, dude, that's what we're talking about here. So when people say that, like, gaming is a big focus for Microsoft, man, no, it's a tax write-off to them. That's literally how they view this shit. If it takes off, it has potential. But if it doesn't, it's no big deal, because at least we didn't have to pay income tax on the money we spent on that shit. And that's just the reality here. And I don't understand why people want to live in the state of denial about it. It's like, if you were an Xbox fan, you should be the most outspoken motherfucker on the internet. Because you're literally fighting for the survival of your platform at this point. Like, I hate to tell you. Like, you would not... it would not surprise me if Microsoft just gutted the gaming division and said, alright, we're selling off our assets. Hey, Tencent, you want to buy Activision from us? Like, they've done this shit before. They will get rid of a loser business segment. Look at Windows Phone, bro. They literally owned the mobile market at one point, and they fumbled that bag so hard, and guess what happened once they did? They just cut their fucking losses and moved on. They don't care. Cloud is where they make their money. The Windows operating system is where they make their money. Microsoft Office subscriptions and enterprise solutions is how they make their fucking money. Gaming is like literally a 10% fucking revenue cut of the overall Microsoft like pie. It is not a big deal. Weaponized Autism with a 2 went to the Circus Wave hosted by Microsoft Management. Bruh. The only circus where everybody's a clown. And Oracular Fan with the 5. That's why there's VRR Griffin. Xbox Series X has a better VRR range than Sony, or wait, than PlayStation 5 for those frame rate drops. But then, like, at the same time, why is this not being used in, like, shit like Redfall? I don't know, man. Like, you can point out features and stuff. I don't care about that at the end of the day. Like, I think both consoles perform fine. Like, if you buy a PlayStation or an Xbox Series X, you're probably going to be happy with the game performance on either one. Like, the difference is, like, negligible, regardless of which one is performing better. Like, it's maybe, like, 10 to 15% at max. But I don't know. It's just, like, how can they flex all these different features and shit, and they can't even get their own game to run at 60? That's what's wild. Swear Spark with a 5. Do you think the PS5 or the Switch will reach the DS or PS2 level? I think the Switch will. I don't think Nintendo's letting that thing go anytime soon, man. I don't think they're letting that thing go anytime soon. I think, if anything, Nintendo will release, like, an updated Switch, which will run, like, Switch games better, but I just don't see them getting rid of 100+ million fucking console user base. Because why wouldn't you just milk that for as long as you can? Like, Switch games still sell like fucking hotcakes, bro. There's no need to update the hardware, really, or switch to a new generation, because people are still buying the games. Nighter Level the 2, Asus VG27AQ, no, 8Q. So VG278Q is the one I have. Is 1440p 165 hertz, not 1080p. Check VG278Q. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Asus VG278Q. Is a full HD gaming display, 144 hertz refresh rate. Yup. I got it right. Hell yeah, bro. But yeah, it's not A, it's 8. Yeah, I have like 5 of those monitors, funnily enough. I have 2 of them for my work laptop that I plug into. And then I have another 2 just sitting in a fucking closet. Yeah, Sony only owns a small portion of like Kodakawa, but I could see them buying Kodakawa because Kodakawa is like an anime company and Sony is big into the anime industry. Like, they own Funimation, Crunchyroll. I believe they own like a couple of the animation studios themselves that actually produce the anime. And then not to mention they own the music distribution side of basically every single fucking anime that comes out. So, it would make sense for them to buy something like Kodakawa. Which then would also give them From Software. But yeah, I think they just own like 8% of Kodakawa or something like that. Which usually, if a company buys a substantial portion of it, like 8%, that usually indicates a eventual interest in purchasing the company. Because if you own a certain number of shares, you can call a vote of the shareholders, is basically the idea behind that. So, like, if I were to buy, like, a 10% of a company, then I would have the right to, like, convene a meeting of the majority stakeholders and the board, and have them vote on a possible acquisition, which is typically the procedure. You take like a decent chunk of the company and then call a meeting of the board and say like, hey, I want to buy the rest of this shit. Y'all have a vote and see if my offer's good enough. That's basically the idea behind it, so they could eventually do that. Like, that's what Elon Musk did when he was trying to buy Twitter, is he initially bought 5% of the company just off of the open market and then declared his intention to purchase, because then he had a seat at the table as a 5% shareholder. Yeah, I don't remember how much the total was before he actually went through with the acquisition, but once you buy 5% of a company, you have to publicly disclose it. So that was the cutoff, I remember, is he had bought 5% and then reported that. He may have bought up to 9% leading up, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. Whatever it was. But yeah, if you buy 5% of a company, you have to like publicly disclose that. Like, hey, I am a 5% shareholder in X company. I like curved monitors personally. Like, at first I didn't think I'd like it, but they are slightly more immersive, bro. Like, they just kind of like naturally, I guess, fit the way your eyes see better. I don't know, they're a lot easier to look at, I've found. Like, you get better viewing angles, too. Keep forgetting I need to use those stupid tack inserts. Rape. GameStop employee who shared Tears of the Kingdom leak says he was fired at Nintendo's request. Well, I think that was probably warranted. Like, shit. Leaking trade secrets is a pretty big no-no. I mean, that's literally a crime. He's lucky they didn't press charges. Crucial Black with a 5. My question is, if Xbox is on the verge of dying, why is Sony freaking out about Microsoft buying ABK? Shouldn't that be a No, not necessarily. So the thing is Sony benefits greatly from having Call of Duty on their platform. And every single developer that Microsoft picks off the market is one less developer that Sony can have like deals with. Like, when Microsoft bought Bethesda, like, Sony had all these deals with, like, fucking Tango Gameworks and Arcane, for example, for exclusivity on games like, you know, Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo. And I think at one point, I think Starfield was supposed to be timed exclusive too, but I'm not 100% sure on that. There was that rumor for a while that Starfield was actually going to be a timed exclusive on PlayStation as well, until Microsoft bought them. But I don't know if that was like put into fucking writing yet or not. But anyway, like, all of a sudden that relationship evaporates. Like, they can never have another fucking partnership with Bethesda again. They can never market another Bethesda game when it comes to their console. Like, they can't say, you know, Elder Scrolls 6 get exclusive content only on PlayStation 5, for example. And little things like that are very valuable. So when you take away your ability to do that, even with a game like Call of Duty, which even though they have the rights for a couple more years to advertise for, you know, it's obviously something that works for them because they pay for it every year. So all of a sudden, that ability for them to market off of those type of games vanishes immediately. And theoretically, Microsoft could take Call of Duty off of PlayStation, which would strip away billions of dollars a year that PlayStation makes just from that 30% revenue cut they get off of Call of Duty sales on their platform. So, I say that to say this, is the more and more consolidated the industry gets, the less room for like collaboration and I guess competitive advantage Sony has. If that makes sense. It's basically taking away their ability to use those, like, I guess, big games to, like, help push their console. And the reason they're fighting so much over the Activision deal is not only because they want to keep the Call of Duty marketing, but also, you know, Microsoft is their competitor, so they want to make it as difficult for them as possible. Because if Microsoft views it as something that would help their company, why would Sony want them to succeed? So that's the other side of things, too. Like, let's say, for example, you know, you own, like, a fucking, I don't know, a restaurant or whatever, and your competitor in town is about to acquire something that'll make his restaurant way more successful than yours. Wouldn't you do everything in your power to prevent them from being able to, like, implement whatever that thing is in order to make sure your restaurant doesn't get put out of business? Like, why would Sony want to be in a position where they allow Microsoft to put themselves in a substantially stronger position in an industry? So it's within Sony's best interest to restrict Microsoft's ability to compete. That's why I think it's so funny people say, like, oh, this encourages competition, blah, 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 like, whatever. It doesn't. Like, if anything, if we wanted Microsoft and Sony to compete, they would sell the exact same games on the exact same, like, fucking console, basically. That is competition. What we're watching now is consolidation, which is the opposite of competition. Because if you can only buy one thing, one place, then you have no competition. I don't know, man. It's just, the whole thing is basically Sony doesn't want Microsoft to succeed. And Microsoft obviously cares about buying Activision Blizzard, and therefore Sony naturally wants to prevent that from happening, solely because Microsoft is their competition within the gaming industry, and they don't want them to have something beneficial happen to them, basically. Generation with the 2, you see the Pentagon leaks on a Minecraft Discord. Wait, really? What the fuck? Damn, man. Of all places. I did not, though. In Midnight Mallwell with the 5, Sony fanboys are dumb, though. Sony is doing good decisions for the PS5, at least. Glad I bought the PS5 and not an Xbox. Been a blast to play with it, not gonna lie. I mean, that's the thing, you can, I like have to acknowledge it. Personally, I don't like Sony's games. Sony games don't appeal to me. But if I were a PlayStation fan, I would be very happy with the games Sony is putting out right now. If those are the type of games I like. Because they're putting out those story-driven movie games that people fucking love on the PlayStation platform, and they're doing that shit better than anybody else. They have filled a niche gap in the market, and they have specialized, and they do it better than anybody else. The same way that Nintendo did the same thing with, like, classic platformers and, like, party games and shit like that. Nintendo owns that market. Sony owns the movie game market. Xbox is like this weird bastard child trying to figure out where the fuck they fit in, hopping from trend to trend, you know, constantly trying to milk off the success of existing franchises, and it's just a complete and total clusterfuck. They have no actual identity. And the 360 was successful because it was the dude bro shooter and RPG box. Like, you had all your Western RPGs, like the Mass Effects, you know, Dragon Age, Elder Scrolls, Fallout games, BioShock even, I guess you could say, is like kind of an RPG-ish, but it was more of a shooter. But like, those were all the games that they had like exclusivity and marketing deals for back in the day. And then on top of that, you had Gears of War 3, which was the best third-person shooter on the market. You had Halo, which at the time was one of the best first-person shooters on the market. They had a marketing deal with Call of Duty, which literally shaped the perception of that console as the Call of Duty go-to platform. And, you know, they did that shit really fucking well. Like, Xbox was the place you went if you liked shooters and Western RPGs. They have completely lost that identity. Gears of War fucking sucks. Halo fucking sucks. They don't have the Call of Duty marketing rights anymore. They don't make, you know, Western RPGs anymore like Fable. I mean, they are, but we haven't heard anything about it in 3 years. You know, they don't really have marketing rights for games like Mass Effect anymore. I mean, they have Bethesda, but we haven't really seen much in the form of that. We'll hopefully get, you know, Starfield, and that'll be good, but I mean, it just seems like they've lost their identity. Instead, they're pushing out games like Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, fucking Hellblade 2, and it's like, what the fuck is this shit, man? What the fuck is this shit? This is not what anybody's buying an Xbox for, man. Put out shit like Avowed. Put out shit like Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield. Like, those are great. Those should be priority number one. Make Gears of War fucking fun again. Go hire Cliff Bleszinski again. Tell him you want him to fucking save the franchise he built. Go fucking put somebody in charge of Halo that has some inkling of an idea of what people actually want in a multiplayer shooter. It's just, it's insane, man. Why is Obsidian making fucking Pentiment when they should have been making Fallout, New Vegas 2, and Avowed? Why did they make that shitty fucking Honey, I Shrunk the Kids clone in early access? You know, it's just, it's insanity to me, man. It really is. How long have they owned Obsidian for? It's been like 4 years, I think now. 4 or 5 years? And we've gotten Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and Pentiment. That's it. That's all we have to show for it. The thing is, though, is I believe like Cliff's game Lawbreakers or whatever was actually supposed to be really good. It just released around the same time as Overwatch and got killed. But apparently the game itself was supposed to be really good. Like, it had some of the best like first-person shooter mechanics in a very long time. So it's kind of a shame, but you know. But I mean, I don't really think you can deny that dude's talented. Like, he's a very good game developer. Like, Gears of War 1, 2, and 3 are like literally genre-defining games that shaped the entire third-person shooter genre for generations. The dude is talented as fuck. Put him back in the fucking captain's chair of a franchise he's familiar with and knows how to make good, and I think he'll do perfectly fine. I think he'll do fine, man. Put him in the fucking captain's chair of Gears of War. Say, fix this shit, please. Make it fun again. Make the characters likable. And I think it would do well. But, you know, Microsoft would rather push the fucking, you know, strong woman bullshit than actually make a fucking decent game. They'd rather make the Disney Star Wars of gaming instead of, you know, stay true to what Gears of War as a franchise is. Well, dude, that's the thing, though, is they're not the dude bro shooter console, because once they own Call of Duty is still going to be on PlayStation. PlayStation has Destiny, which is 1,000,000 times better than Halo at this point. And, like, why the fuck has id Software not put anything out? It's been 3 years since Doom Eternal came out, man. You can't tell me it doesn't take, like, it does not take more than 2 to 3 years to make a Doom game. Like, all the assets are already fucking there. They just need to make new fucking levels and shit. Why is there no word on what the fuck id Software has been working on? That's what I mean, bro. It's just, it's weird to me. It's very fucking weird. Like, Microsoft doesn't want to be the dude bro shooter console anymore. They want to be like this emotional fucking indie highlighting, you know, creativity box. It's fucking annoying. I mean, dude, look at fucking Obsidian. What is the only game people actually give a fuck about when it comes to Obsidian? Fallout New Vegas. Why the fuck did Microsoft not announce Fallout New Vegas 2 is in development right now, as soon as they acquired both Obsidian and Bethesda? Why was that not the first fucking piece of news that came out of their mouth the second they owned both of those companies? You want to get people hyped for your fucking console? There you go. Even if it's 5 years away, say, hey, priority number one, now that we own both of these guys, is Fallout New Vegas 2. But instead, we got fucking Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They're working on Outer Worlds 2, which nobody really fucking liked Outer Worlds. A game, from what I heard, was a massive disappointment and extremely mediocre. And then, you know, Avowed, which we haven't seen anything except the logo flash on in 3 years. Why is Fallout New Vegas 2 not priority number one, aside from Avowed? It's just like Microsoft has no fucking, like, touch on the pulse of the gaming community anymore. They don't know what gamers want, bro. They don't know what gamers want. Oh, I'm extremely hyped for Redfall, man. Daryl Zone with the 1. Nasty, man.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
JBT with a 10. Watch Amberlyn Reed's Super Morbidity. Or wait, Super Morbidly Obese Problems Part 1. Alright, yeah, we can.
Bro, here comes a big hot load of PlayStation 5s. Oh man, it's so thick.
Just look at Outer Worlds is enough for me. Dude, that game, I heard just really bad things about it. Like, it's literally just a talking simulator. The gameplay itself is fucking terrible, and it's extremely short. I don't really think anybody was impressed by that game. Passion projects. Yeah, that's like what Microsoft wants to be, is like the passion project console. And it's like, bro, there's a reason why people's passions usually don't fucking pan out, because they're not marketable. Like, Pentiment may be a fucking passion project, but do you think anybody actually fucking cared about that game? Nope. If that game would have never come out, no one would have cared. It'll be very interesting to see Microsoft's like showcase this summer. Just to see what the fuck they actually show off. Like, to see if we maybe get an update on Avowed, maybe something on Perfect Dark, maybe something on Fable, but I don't know, man. It's been like radio fucking silence. Maybe we'll see what id Software is working on. Maybe some of the other studios at Bethesda. Although I think Bethesda's already blown their load recently. They've already busted their wad. Between Sony and Microsoft pushing out their exclusives, it's been... I think pretty much exhausted at this point. My throat is like fucking dry. Jesus, dude. I feel like I've been talking for like the past 90 minutes straight. Fallout 3 Remake, New Vegas 2. Dude, that's the thing though, is like, how do you buy Obsidian and Bethesda? And you don't put 2 and 2 together and be like, hey, people would probably love to play Fallout New Vegas 2. Let's fucking hype people up on that shit. But instead, nope. Outer Worlds 2, man. The wannabe Fallout New Vegas that no one really liked. Am I gonna... if I can get off of work, I don't know if I'll be able to. I may be doing shit still at 5 p.m. If not, we'll watch it at night or whatever. I don't know. I Siler with a 10, Final Fantasy 16 State of Play tomorrow, and it's gonna be fire. Is it 60 FPS? I would assume so too, man. It's a linear game. But yeah, Xbox is so bad. The backpedaling Colt Eastwood did for Redfall is incredible. Oh, dude, we're gonna check it out. Dude, the fact that he literally admitted that he could, like, concealed the fact how fucking horribly that game ran during his initial impressions is just absolutely insane, man. Like, he deliberately fucking misled people on how bad that game ran in order to make the game look better. And now he's, like, fucking acting like, oh, yeah, dude, all along it's been really shitty. It's like... Bruh. You know, motherfucker.
Keep that same energy.
Don't you think that would have been something nice to mention, I don't know, when you did your initial impressions video? Profit with the 2, Microsoft ain't gamers anymore, or gaming focus. Nope, it's all about service revenue, man. Gotta get those membership numbers up. That's it. That's all they care about. Scotty Man with the 5, it's kind of crazy that Colt Eastwood is crapping on Xbox right now. That's a rare W from... But I don't think it's a W, man. I think he's trying to save any bit of credibility he has left, because there is no fucking defense for this shit. Now, in a week or two, I think he'll be singing a very different tune, because even in that video where he's quote-unquote crapping on them, he's still damage controlling quite a bit, saying that most people aren't going to care about 30 FPS, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, he's still damage controlling, don't you worry. But I think he's definitely having to, you know, act like he's being non-biased, because it'll destroy any and all credibility he has if he dies on this hill. Yeah, a first-person shooter at 30 FPS is, like, beyond unplayable. That's, like, fucking torture, bro. Playing a shooter at 30 FPS is, like, a fucking crime. That shit is awful. Even at 60, it's not great. Like, once you get used to playing shooters at 120 FPS, man, even 60 feels bad. But... yeah, 30 frames per second on a first-person shooter in 2023 on the world's most powerful console. There is no fucking way to spin that shit. It's embarrassing. I don't think they're going to delay Redfall, because the only reason they delayed Starfield apparently is because they wanted to get Redfall out of the way. and not like cannibalize the launch, kinda, and have 2 Bethesda games launch back to back. So I think they want to get Redfall out of the way. I don't think they have much faith in the game at all. I think they just want to get it out so they can say, oh look, we released this game into Game Pass, there's your justification for having the subscription. Because I think that's the kind of issue they're running into right now, because, you know, the Game Pass monthly members is like plateauing. They're not really seeing much growth. And I think the reason for that is there's been no fucking first-party output in the Game Pass. So I think at this point they're like, well, something's better than nothing, so let's just get shit out. And I think that's what they're trying to do now. Just got a 512 gigabyte Steam Deck. Any job interview tips? The biggest one I would keep in mind is just more of a mentality kind of thing. Remember, they're not doing you a favor by interviewing. Like, this is more of a thing so you don't get nervous, if anything. Just remember, like, you're there because they need you to do something. Like, you're not there because they're doing you a favor. Just remember that. So I would say the biggest thing is don't be afraid to ask questions, because not only does it show that you have like an actual genuine interest in the role, but it shows that you're not like afraid to, like, you know, speak up. Because a lot of people are like, ooh, I'm scared, I don't want to ask questions during an interview, like blah blah blah. Like, if you have a specific question on like compensation, time off, promotion, room for advancement, things of that nature, anything you can throw in of that makes them think like, oh, this person is already thinking about their future here. That's great. Like, that's kind of like a subliminal kind of thing you can do, but it also shows that you have interest, because most people will just get through an interview and do the bare minimum and just like answer questions, and then when the time comes around they go like, oh, do you have any questions for me? Most people are like, no, I think I'm okay right now. But yeah, just come up with like some questions you want to ask them at the end of it, or like stop them in the middle of something and be like, hey, can I ask you a question real quick about this before we move on, or whatever. But yeah, I would say those are kind of the two things, is ask good questions and just go in there kind of with the mentality like, hey, you know, you're doing them a favor at the end of the day. That's why they're paying you to do a job, is because they need someone to do that job. If you're interviewing, they need someone like you to do whatever it is you're interviewing for. So don't be nervous. Like, if anything, they should be afraid of losing you as like a candidate. But yeah, that's the way I would go in, because they're not doing you any favors. It's the other way around, if you really want to think about it. Otherwise, you would be paying them to work there. Oh, well, yeah, Microsoft definitely cares more about Starfield than Redfall, man. I think that goes for literally everybody on, like, Xbox who would consider even buying those two games in the first place. Yeah, Starfield is definitely way more hype than Redfall. But they're kind of just throwing Redfall out to the wolves to die, basically. Or to the vampires to get sucked, right? DJ Aftershock with the 2, do you work in management or strategy consulting? Technically I am a management consultant, but I think I work on the strategy side of things. I think I got hired as a management consultant, but I think I work in strategy now. To be honest, I don't really know what category I fall into. I just know I work in like the cybersecurity practice, for now at least. But I think I'm on the strategy side. But it really just depends on the project you're on. You kind of bounce around. It's kind of, I guess, liquid in terms of your role and position and everything like that. But technically, in the company database, I am a management consultant. Zongzina with the 2. Rip for my belt that just snapped today. Oh, man, better hit the gym. Shit, man. Getting a little fat over there, Zong. Too much Bing chilling. That's right, man. Depends on the project. Or Kenzie with the 5 low-key climbing the corporate ladder and having your job secured by leadership for simply just trying or actually doing your job is kind of sad. I mean, I guess so, man. The thing is, too, is like when it comes to like climbing the corporate ladder, you gotta switch jobs. I'm probably gonna start looking for a different job. Possibly. I don't know. What I may do is like get an offer and then go to my company and be like, hey, this is an offer I got. You want to match it, or like I'm gonna leave? And if they match it, I'll stay. But otherwise, I may leave because like the thing is, every time you switch jobs, you typically get a 15 to 20% pay bump almost immediately, if not more. So the only real way to like rapidly increase your pay is to bounce from job to job like every year or two. Which is kind of stupid. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't the company that already knows you're going to do a good job just pay you more to retain good people versus having to lose them for a couple years until they eventually come back and then end up having to pay them even fucking more? But, yeah. I don't know. Shit's stupid, if you ask me. I Siler with the 5. I just saw our boy Colt tweet, and he said Redfall will struggle spec-wise on PC. Like how? Because the game is an unoptimized, buggy piece of shit, apparently, and he said it was running at 20 frames per second when he was playing it on PC during the preview event, which he failed to mention until today, magically. You know, that was nowhere to be found in his initial fucking impressions video, but all of a sudden he's more than happy to talk about all the issues he had with the game. Funny, right? But yeah, it was dropping from 60 frames to 20, he was saying, when he was playing it on PC. When he was playing the preview build. Which, keep in mind, preview builds are literally designed to run as best as possible because it's only a small segment of the actual game. Oof. You generation with the 2, I will pay you 50 to not watch Colt. I don't know about that one, man. I feel like we have to watch him. It's my duty as a gamer to watch the fucking damage control.
I can't afford this shit!
I've got more hope for a Bloodborne remake than Microsoft to get their head out of their ass with the first party. Yeah. Bro, U-Generation is actually a fucking X-bot. He has a Phil Spencer tramp stamp. Yeah, it's just really disappointing, dude. I don't know. Like, I would love for Microsoft to actually be good, personally. You know, I would love to be rooting for the home team, aka the only, like, large American company in the console market, but it's like, shit, dude. They make it hard to, like, actually want to support them. That's the worst part. Like, bro, I wish I could be rooting for the home team right now, but it's like, damn, bro, Xbox is really fucking hard to like. Would you rather gain muscle or gain eager? Huh? I have no idea what that means. Bro, this night map is not good. I do not like it. I don't like how I have to hold my gun sideways. Throws me off. Yeah, I really don't think Phil Spencer's the right guy for the job. Like, what has he actually done for Xbox? Like, he's bought a bunch of studios with nothing to show for it. Sure, he, like, pushed Game Pass forward, but I don't really think you can state that Xbox is in a, like, better position now than it was even at the start of the Xbox One generation, because at least at the start of the Xbox One generation, we had really good fucking games coming out of Microsoft. Or at least their third-party partners. Like, shit, man, the original Titanfall is a better fucking exclusive than any other game Microsoft has released since. Think about that for a second, guys. The best Xbox exclusive that's released in the past decade was made by fucking EA in 2014. Like, can anyone else think of a better Xbox exclusive other than the original Titanfall? Because I can't. I really can't think of anything. Daryl's on with the TF Phil saying, no, I need to find the video file for that. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere on my computer. I gotta dig that shit up to convert. I don't know. I think I would put Titanfall above Halo 5. Titanfall was really fucking good, man. It's a shame they made so many changes to Titanfall 2 in regards to the multiplayer, because I feel like Titanfall 1, like, that multiplayer is probably the best alternative to Call of Duty I've ever played. Hands down. Hands fucking down. Griffin is secretly a fan of My Pedo Academia? No, sir. I watched like 3 episodes of it and never fucking watched it again. That shit was ass. Absolute fucking ass. The main character's ability is crying like a pussy. And I was like, yup, it's one of those. Yeah, that's the thing, is like the actual Titan customization in Titanfall 1 was way better than the fucking hero shooter mechanic in Titanfall 2. Like, they got rid of all the customization and loadout options. They also got rid of the rechargeable shield, which made your Titans like fucking glass cannons in Titanfall 2. Like in Titanfall 1, you could literally run around the entire match if you were good enough in your Titan and never get fucking like knocked out of it because you had that rechargeable shield that always gave you like a buffer. And in Titanfall 2, they just took that away, so literally eventually your Titan's gonna blow up and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, there was no actual durability when it came to Titans. It was more so of an inconvenience to get inside of your Titan than to just let it fucking, you know, free roam on its own. So, like, I never used my Titan in Titanfall 2 multiplayer because it was more of a fucking, you know, hindrance than anything else. Because I was more likely to get killed getting, like, you know, blown out of my Titan than, you know, just running around the map normally. No, in Titanfall 2, the shield did not recharge. There was no, like, rechargeable shield. I know the health never recharged, but the shield they got rid of in Titanfall 2. The only shield mechanic they had in Titanfall 2 was you had to jump out of your Titan, pick up the shield core, and then you could, like, add it to your Titan's fucking, like, armor, and it would only, like, fill it up by, like, a fourth. But it would never come back. You would have to go find another fucking fuel pod to put inside, and then it would recharge your shield a little bit. But it was really irritating. They nerfed the fuck out of the Titans in Titanfall 2. Like, you just mainly would hope in Titanfall 2 that you could survive long enough to, like, get your Titan's ultimate ability. You would fire that off. By the time you actually got that shit off, your Titan was about to explode, so you'd have to eject. That's basically how every Titan encounter went in Titanfall 2.
I can't afford this shit!
Crucial Black with the 5. I told everyone in the beginning of this generation that eventually the PS5 and Series X is going to see 30 FPS again. Guess who's laughing now? It's just fucking sad, man. Like, I don't understand why it's even a fucking, like, thing at this point. 30 FPS should not even be in the equation. Especially as the only option. That's what's even worse. Did you also see an indie game called Tachia on PS5 also runs at 30? No, I have heard. I mean, I heard of that game. It looked like absolute fucking dog shit when they showed it off during State of Play, but no, I didn't hear anything about the frame rate. I'm gonna be honest, man, that game probably has more frames than people who actually played it. Real talk. Like, shit, I would be surprised if more than 30 people bought that garbage, to be honest. Like, shit. Why Sony showed that game off like 3 separate times is a fucking mystery to me. Alto res of the 2, Griff, a cinematic experience. That's right, man. Even if I had the option to play Horizon Forgotten West at 120 frames per second, I would still choose to play it at 30 frames per second. You guys remember that shit? Holy fuck, that was terrible. That shit was absolutely fucking terrible. That was the biggest cope in the history of gaming, man. That was the absolute biggest cope in the history of gaming. People playing Battlefield for the campaign. That's right. Battlefield has always had a campaign. No, it fucking has not. Yeah, that's what's kind of funny is like that Battlefield video I made. Like people go, "Oh, bro, this aged like milk. 2042 sucked." It's like, bro, the point of that video was never about the game being good or bad. The whole point of that video was like the notion that somehow a single player only game is justifiable at $60, but a multiplayer only game is not justifiable at $60. That was like the whole point of that entire video. It had nothing to do with whether or not Battlefield was going to be a good game or not. Like, the game wasn't fucking out. How would anybody know about that? It was more so having to do with the whole argument about, you know, single player only versus multiplayer only games and like the value they provide. And, you know, you're fucking capping out the ass if you think a Battlefield with a campaign only is somehow worth $60, but a multiplayer only Battlefield isn't. That makes no fucking sense. Damn, man. This XP gain is like fucking AIDS slow. Chocolate explosion. Hell yeah, bro. I can get some Jordans. Remember to like the video. That's right, guys. 1 like equals 1 angry Xbox fanboy. Although there's probably plenty of those already. I would not be surprised if this live stream's already been like fucking disliked. It only hurts my feelings a little bit at this point, guys. I promise it doesn't actually bother me. Profit with the 10, I've played 1,000 hours of Titanfall 2, and I have to disagree with you, Griffin. Reason you can't pick a loadout for Titans was the machine gun picked off pilots with ease. Also, the smart pistol was obnoxious as well. I never really bought... The smart pistol never really bothered me, to be honest. I never used it personally, because the range on it was so shitty, and the maps in Titanfall were fucking huge. Unless you were, like... I guess in close quarters on like a map like Angel City, you almost could never even really use it. But the thing is, I don't know, man. I like the loadouts for Titans. But the thing is, what happened with Titanfall 2 is you had the same fucking class. Everybody used that one... Oh, shit, I can't remember the names. There was 2 classes of Titans that everyone used, and that was it. Because it was the machine gun class and then like the cannon class. Like the fucking semi-automatic cannon. I can't remember what they're called because they had stupid fucking hero shooter names. But yeah, like people used the same 2 classes in Titanfall 2. So it basically just made it so that everybody spammed the same fucking class over and over again. There was no Titan variety. Like in Titanfall 1, you'd see like a fucking Strider with like a fucking, you know, whatever cannon and the 40mm, I think it was. And... you know, sometimes you would see the fucking ogre with the machine gun or the 40mm cannon. Like, there was a lot more variety. Like, there was never... like, every single Titan encounter played out almost the complete same way in Titanfall 2. Like, if you saw a guy in that particular fucking frame, you knew exactly which weapon and what abilities he was going to use. In Titanfall 1, there was, like, that element of surprise. Like, nobody knew what you were actually going to fucking whip out on him. And that's what made it interesting. It's like going up against like a Strider Titan with a fucking 40mm cannon is a completely different experience than going up against an ogre with a 40mm cannon. Because while the Strider is super fucking hard to hit, you know, and that cannon does a lot of damage, the ogre is very easy to hit And the slow fire rate of the cannon would almost make him, you know, at a disadvantage in certain scenarios. So it took away a lot of the strategy, I feel like, because then you could pair that with all the different abilities, like the fucking, you know, bullet deflect, the wall, whatever, the smoke. Like, they just removed all of that shit, and it just took all the variability out of every single Titan encounter. And then when you saw, like, a Scorch Titan, you knew, oh, he's gonna use this fucking stupid little ability. Like the fucking over-the-shoulder cannon, and then the fucking shield. It's just like, it got really monotonous, and then pair that with the fact that you couldn't have the rechargeable shield anymore. Your Titan basically turned into, like, a mechanism to try and charge your super as fast as possible. Fire your super off once, and then eject. Because by that point, your Titan's probably almost dead. Titanfall 1 really made the Titans viable and unique feeling. Like, the gameplay experience of being in a Titan in Titanfall 1 felt like you were playing a completely different game. In Titanfall 2, they didn't have that same feel. Oh, dude, Titanfall 1 had, like, some of the best maps I've ever seen in game. Dude, Angel City, that map is so fucking good, bro. Angel City is, like, that's a classic Infinity Ward map, bro. Like, every fucking corridor, every, like, inch of that map is perfectly planned out to just maximize your fucking multiplayer encounter. It's great. Like, that is a classic Infinity Ward map. And it feels so good to play on that map, dude. Constant movement, you're never running out of things to shoot. I love the fact that Titanfall had the bots as well. Because, like, literally, it was constant movement, constant shooting. You always were doing something in a Titanfall game. It was great. Isaac Himmler with the 2. If Microsoft messes up COD, I'm switching to play it. Oh, dude. Like, if motherfuckers think I'm critical of Xbox now, if they fuck up Call of Duty, man, that shit's war at that point. Like, bruh, if people think I'm negative about Xbox now, they fuck up COD? Hell nah. We're gonna have some serious fucking beef. Oh, shit. Yeah, Black Ops 3 was like some fucking trash-ass, like, Titanfall wannabe, man. With the wall running and all that shit. Dude, Titanfall's so much better. COD is the only game Griffin consumed to? That's right, bro. It's the only game that I look forward to in my sad, lonely life. It's the only thing that's ever been there for me. It's like the friend I never had. When I feel sad and have no one to talk to, Call of Duty is always there for me. But nah, Call of Duty is definitely my favorite video game franchise. I've just always really enjoyed it. All jokes aside, I can very safely say that Call of Duty is my favorite video game franchise of all time. Hands down. They're not even close. Maybe I should switch careers and go work at Microsoft so I can ensure the survival of the Call of Duty franchise. See, Destiny maybe could edge out COD for me, but the thing they would have to do is make like an actual balanced PvP mode with a much faster time to kill and less reliance on abilities and fucking PvE balanced weaponry. Like, if Destiny had a balanced multiplayer experience that maybe still had the super abilities, but that's it, I think it could actually be something really nice. But so long as there's like some fucking bullshit mechanics and meta crap in fucking PvP for Destiny, I think it'll never get there because it's irritating as fuck. Unless you use the certain weapons and fucking armor and abilities that are actually viable in PvP in Destiny, you just get fucking curb stomped. It sucks, man. Like, for years, the fucking shoulder charge dominated PvP in Destiny. Like, there was nothing you could fucking do against it. Titans just spammed that shit constantly. Like, it literally broke the entire fucking experience. And they need to get rid of shit like that. Delta Goal with the 5. I'm playing The Last of Us 2 on PS5. Really fun and brutal, but I've had 4 crashes and quite a bit of bugs with 36 hours of playtime. Was it always like that? I never had crashes, to be honest, and not really any bugs. But the game, I will say that, like, the gameplay of The Last of Us 2 is really solid. The gameplay is fucking fire. It's the story and the pacing that I have my issue with, personally. But yeah, I mean, Last of Us 2 is pretty good from a gameplay perspective, I would say. Where's the intervention at? Oh shit, I don't want off. Yeah, I don't want them picking my shit for me. Fuck off, man. What the fuck? Dude, let me see the battle pass. Where is it? I want the intervention, right? Yeah. So I want to start here. Griff, you ever play that shitty vampire survival? Oh, like that 8-bit game? Fuck no. That ain't for me, man. Hell no. Like, Nintendo Entertainment System looking ass games are not for me. Delta Gold with the 2. Anything by Neil Cuckman is not canon in my head. Yeah, fair enough. What the fuck is this about? Pelayo's Lighthouse.
Kill confirmed. Eliminate targets and secure their tags to win.
I don't think I've played on this one yet. This is... Bro, is this a state? No. It looks like it. Is it? No, it's not. Damn, bro, I thought this was a state for a second. I was like, oh shit, bro, that's the same interior. But nope. It looks like a state. That interior of the house looks exactly like a state, man. Because, like, right here is where you'd be camping while you're waiting for the fucking upload. And you got claymores all over the place. Motherfuckers are rushing in. Then you grab it, run out, and then you get fucking clapped by Shepard. RIP. Muscle memory, baby. What is a state? It's a Modern Warfare 2 map from 2009. And it's also a campaign mission. It's the mission that you get betrayed by Makarov. Basically. You're like camping in this house. Fuck, let me go back in. So, basically you're camping in this house, in this room right here. Enemies are coming in from all sides and from the basement and above. And you're waiting for like this thing to upload these files. So you're like camping right here, you place a bunch of claymores, you finally like get the upload, then you run out, run into the woods. There's like a helicopter with Shepard on it for exfil. He goes like, did you get the documents or whatever? And goes like, good, no loose ends. And that's when he fucking shoots you and Ghost and then dumps the gasoline on Ghost and you and burns you alive. Yeah. That's that mission. And then it's also a multiplayer map, which honestly the multiplayer map was pretty ass. I'm not gonna lie. It was way too big. But it's nostalgic nonetheless, because I used to play on it all the fucking time.
I'm on your 6. Target sighted. Confirm that one.
Rip. Yeah, it was a Spec Ops mission as well.
Quick fix activated. Hostile chopper cannon in the AO.
Dude, what if Ghost is trans, guys?
I can't afford this shit!
Profit with the 5, I used battery perk, gives Titan a shield. Tone was my favorite, but using flame core in close quarters with other Titans was fire. Yes, Angel City, it was God's gift. Yup, that is like just peak Infinity Ward map design in my opinion. It doesn't get much better than that. Dude, I'm getting shit on right now. Although everybody on our team is. These motherfuckers calling the chopper gunner. It's never a good sign. That ain't ever a good sign.
Target down!
Oh my god, let me... Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck was that shit? It wouldn't let me go inside. I was like fucking crouched the whole time, too. Oh, he was stuck as well, man. He got stuck, too. Oh my god, Step Bro, I'm stuck. Fuck, man. What the fuck is that?
Kill confirmed.
Oh my god, stop, bro, I'm stuck. Can you help me?
No. But I'll help myself. Do you know what map I wish they would add? Summit from Black Ops 1. I know that's unlikely, but that shit would be fucking fire. I love Summit. That's one of the best Call of Duty maps of all time.
Taking effective fire! Reloading!
Yeah, the problem was, though, it was in Cold War, dude. I don't want to play Cold War. That game was absolute horseshit. We... What a fucking camping pussy, man. What an absolute dork.
Precision airstrike inbound.
Damn, man, I wish I had, like, the actual MW2 ACR right now. This is kind of the cheap-ass copy of it. But, dude, the ACR on this map was goated because of that zero fucking recoil.
Requesting recon at this time. Copy. UAV is on station. Not online.
Yeah, I just could not get into Cold War. I tried. That game just didn't click for me. I think the time to kill was way too high, especially coming off of Modern Warfare 2019. Because it's like, shit, man, you go from an extremely fast time to kill to like this fucking tankier kind of, you know, oh, unload half a fucking mag to get a kill kind of gameplay, and it's kind of a tough transition. Dude, these camping pricks are all just hiding in that fucking bunker. What a bunch of dweebs. Look at these fucking dorks, dude. Fucking dork-ass motherfuckers. They're pitching a tent. The reason I don't play hardcore is no minimap. I need minimaps in COD. I need a minimap in Call of Duty. I'm not afraid to admit it. I gotta have like some top tier fucking map knowledge to not need a minimap. I don't think I'm gonna go positive, but I definitely made a recovery to where I was at the beginning. Oh, fuck off, dude. Seriously? Camping little bitch. There's way too many camping spots on this map. Damn, bro, you really got killed by that guy? And you were hiding behind a fucking corner. Jeez. That's pretty sad. Oh, fuck.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Well, I did decent, I guess. The minimap distracts me? I don't know, man. Like, I literally look at the minimap more than the actual game most of the time. Ooh, I went positive. Let's go. I did make a recovery. Fire. Liddy. Don't care. Give me the intervention. Alright, there we go, boys. I got the intervention. Hell yeah. And there's the new weapon. That's pretty cool looking. What is that? Oh, ISO Hemlock. Okay, that's a good gun. Alright. Did they actually make it easier to get XP? It seems pretty hard still. Or do you mean for like the battle pass? I don't play DMZ personally, so I don't really care, in all honesty. Well, actually, not really play it. I don't play it. I think for the, like, camo challenge this season, you have to play ranked, which is going to be AIDS, but I guess I'll do it at some point. I think you have to play ranked at some point. I'm pretty sure the ISO Hemlock is supposed to be the ACR, right? I'm not tripping on that. I mean, it's kind of like an ACR, but not entirely. It doesn't have that distinct look, which is a shame. The Remington ACR is just like a fucking mad nice looking gun. I'm still pissed I never bought one, dude. That shit really irritates me. Like, I had the money, I saw it going up for auction, and I didn't buy it, and I really regret not buying it, because that shit would have been so fucking cool. I'm really fucking pissed, because I doubt I'll ever find another one, man. They're so rare. And people collect them, too. What gun? Dude, this shit's... Make sure it's not the Bushmaster one. The ACR, bro. But it's the Remington one, which is like super fucking rare because they never really got produced. They made a very small number of them. The Bushmaster ACR you can find with some ease, but a Remington ACR is really fucking tough to find. This is it with the original. Oh wait, no, that's the Bushmaster. Gross. There's not a huge difference between the two, but I just want the Remington one because it's the original one. But yeah, that's the ACR from MW3. That is the ACR from MW3. The Remington ACR. Oh fuck, dude, what was that? That was cool, man. What fucking gun is that shit? I like blew up into a gold burst. That was sick. Fuck. The new M4 from the Battle Pass? Oh shit. Guess I should go for that. I do like me some M4s. But yeah, the other gun I would buy is the MSR, which I believe is also a Remington gun as well, just with a custom shell. I forget. But yeah, the MSR and the ACR are two guns I want from MW3 in real life. Both are very expensive though. I mean, you can get grenade launchers for cheap, I'm Keith. The problem is getting the actual ammunition that's hard. You can go buy a grenade launcher at just about any gun show you walk into. They're not hard to find at all. It's more so getting the actual ammunition for them that's tough. I mean, grenade launchers are very fucking like easy things to make anyway. It's like a RPG. You can go buy one, but getting the ammunition stuff. You do need an ID at a gun show, unfortunately. You have to sit through a fucking background check and shit now. It's kind of lame. Because, like, I was gonna buy this really fucking sick KSG. I think it was a 21 round fucking gun or something. Like, fucking wild. I think I showed y'all this, right? The KSG I wanted to buy. But anyway, like, I was trying to negotiate with the guy, and he was like being super fucking like stingy about the price and shit. And I'm like, bro, I can literally order this online right now. Like, you don't have a good price on it. And he's like, oh, then, well, you still have to pay for all the fucking shipping and, you know, FFL license and shit. I'm like, so if I buy it from you, you won't charge me for the fucking background check and shit? He goes like, no, I would still charge you for that. Then I'm like, well, why the fuck wouldn't I just order it online then? So yeah, I did not buy it from him. I'll probably get it at some point, but I mean, there's no rush to buy it because it's like, shit, if I can just order it online at any point, what's the fucking rush? I can just pick that shit up whenever I want. Like, this is it, I think.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
KSG. I think it's... Is this it? Yeah, this was it. This was it. The KSG 25. And it sells for like 1,100. Now you can get them online for like 800 bucks, and the guy wanted 1,300 at the gun show. It's like, bro, not a fucking chance. But yeah, this shit's badass, bro. You can put 25 fucking shotgun shells in that motherfucker. That thing's sick. It's really fucking cool.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Yeah, it's a shotgun, man. It's a 12 gauge shotgun. I've shot one of them before. They're really fucking fun. I shot it with slugs, and that shit's like, oh, dude, it was like, basically I went to this guy's land that my dad knew through like work or whatever. He had this big ass like I guess plot of land in the middle of the woods, and so he had like tipped over a big ass tree. So we went out there and we went to go shoot the KSG, and he loaded up with like slugs, and we just like blew fucking chunks out of like this tree trunk and like the roots of the tree with the fucking shotgun for like an hour, and that shit was really fun. How long would it take to fully load it? It's just shotgun shells. I don't think it takes very long. I mean, you just go, I don't know, it's more how many can you juggle in your hand at one time. The thing is, I think there's 2 separate tubes on that model. I know the normal KSG has 2 separate tubes. So you load up the 2 separate tubes on the KSG, which is really cool about the KSG. Is like you can have one tube set to like fucking slugs, the other one you could have buckshot, whatever, and at any point you can switch which tube like feeds when you pull the trigger. So like if you want to switch between like buckshot and the slug, you can like flip this little like mechanism on it, and it'll switch whatever tube feeds to the actual gun. And it's really fucking cool, man.
Mission compromised. We've been defeated.
But yeah, like once you're done emptying one tube, you flip like this little switch on the bottom, and then the second tube feeds in. It's really neat. I haven't shot a KSG with Dragon's Breath, but I've shot a shotgun with Dragon's Breath, R870, with a police grip. But yeah, I've shot Dragon's Breath. Shit's fire, man. No pun intended, right? I forget how Dragon's Breath works. Isn't it like you put like thermite or something in the shell? I forget. I don't know the exact science behind it, but basically you put some incendiary inside of the shotgun shell, so when you like launch the projectiles out, like the flaming material goes along with it. It's really cool. Magnesium? Okay, yeah, I have no idea what the fuck it actually is. But yeah, it's cool though. Real? What's real, bro? Warren Buffett said if you offered someone $10,000 to never buy an iPhone again, they wouldn't take it. Yeah, 10 grand ain't shit. You'd be fucking stupid to cut yourself off from like all fucking mobile phones for 10 grand. That's dumb. Like, I'm assuming he meant it in the context of cell phones in general, because he's an old man. He probably doesn't realize there's more than one type of cell phone. But, yeah, no. There's no fucking way I would take 10 grand and never buy a fucking cell phone again. That's so stupid. That's beyond idiotic. That's like saying, yeah, if somebody gave me 5 grand, I'd never go on the internet. Like, the fuck? Like, the amount of money you could collect through, like, Apple Pay, let's say, through the course of your business career would well exceed $10,000, I feel like. And you would need an iPhone to, like, accept Apple Pay. So, yeah. That, to me, is just really fucking stupid. Yeah, 10 grand ain't shit, bro. Like, in the grand scheme of life, 10 grand is like a fucking penny on the sidewalk. Hey man, it's not financial advice. I never give financial advice, guys. That way you can't sue me. You fuck nerds. I have no fiduciary responsibility to you motherfuckers. Dude, I should have become a financial advisor though. I should have done the like extra 2 classes, but the problem would have been I would have had to stay for another semester of college, which was not really something I wanted to do. But I could have become like an actual financial advisor, and then I could be like, this is financial advice, and I am a financial advisor. My cock is 4 inches long, but it feels like it's 8, because I dick you down so hard. Fiduciary is a fun word. It is a fun word. Especially when you pair it with fiduciary duty. Rolls right off the tongue. Do I have gold? No, I'm not really a big precious metal guy. I think precious metal is like suffering from people constantly thinking it's going to replace currency in terms of value. I don't really think the value of precious metal is accurate. And the other thing is too, it's like when you go to sell gold or silver, you never actually get spot price. You get like 30, like you maybe get like 30% less in a lot of cases, depending on how much you're trying to sell. Like you can't really walk into any store and be like, yeah, I want to sell my silver for the exact market price. They're going to buy it at a discount to take it off your hands. So it's like kind of, it's illiquid in that manner. Like you'll never actually get the full value for your silver or gold. Well, yeah, Russia's buying a ton of gold because their currency's not worth anything, really. Shit. What is the new max prestige this season? Is it like 14 or 13 or what? Anybody know? Shit, man, my throat is like killing me. I talked too much earlier. It's 13. Okay, so they did 4 again. Yeah, the only precious metal I have is I have some British silver coins, about 1,600 worth. Or actually, I don't really know how much silver's worth now, so maybe it's worth more or less. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, that's all I have. In the form of precious metals. I just don't really want to dump a bunch of money into them, honestly. I'd rather buy Pokemon cards, bro. Because at least Pokemon cards look cool. But no, in all honesty, I don't know. Like, I feel like Pokemon cards do way better. Like, shit, man. My Fusion Strike booster boxes that I bought for 80 bucks are now almost 160, so that's like doubling my money in less than a year. Like, what fucking precious metal has appreciated, you know, 100% in the span of 12 months? I don't think any. So, and I can sell my Pokemon cards for full market value immediately. Like, there's people waiting to buy exactly just that. So, it's kind of stupid, man. I don't know. It's pretty wild. The alternative investments route is definitely a way you can multiply your money pretty quickly. Nice fucking lag spike, bro. Uh-oh. Y'all still there? I think we're still good. My game is like, alright, I'm gonna leave. That's awful. Hopefully the stream didn't fuck up. Yeah, that shit was really bad, man. That was real bad. I got some Roman coin. Dude, I want to buy some Roman coins. Well, let me see if I'm still watching one. I don't think I want this particular one, but it's just to keep track of the name. The guy wants too much money, in my opinion. All categories. Is this it? Yeah, bro, this shit's fucking fire. Check this shit out. That shit's really cool, man. That's a clean ass coin. That'd be really fucking sick to have. I'd almost be tempted to bust it out of the case, though, in all honesty. I'd be tempted to break it out of the case and hold it. It wouldn't matter, man. Like, shit, if a coin survived 2,000 years, I don't think me holding it for 10 minutes is gonna make a difference. Because I guarantee you the Roman motherfucker that had that coin back in the day didn't wash his hands and shit. I think I'd be alright. How much is it worth? I think that one was listed for like $700 bucks, but I don't think it's a realistic price in all honesty. I think that's one of those that's way overvalued. I think you could probably get it for like 400 to 500-ish. That's the thing with like collectible coins and shit, is they're very slow movers. Like, people think they have coins that are worth a fuck ton of money, but the reality is trying to sell those coins is actually a lot harder than they think. Coins sit for a very long time. Then buy two? Holy shit. Yeah, those are real Roman Empire coins from like fucking 98 AD. The thing is, you can find Roman coins all over Europe to this day. Like, you gotta remember the Romans basically ruled that continent for basically a millennia almost in some regions. So it's like all of their coins are scattered everywhere. Like, their coins are scattered in all areas of Europe. Like, you can still go, like, metal detect in certain areas and dig up coins yourself in fields if you want to. Like, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, man. Yeah, the thing is, though, is if you sell those coins to, like, pawn shops and dealers, you never get full market price. You get 70%. At least that's what the rate is if you sell your Pokemon cards. 70% of the last sold is usually what you get. Sometimes even less. Sometimes they'll hit you with 60 if it's a slow-moving item. Not really a great way to cash out. Yeah, they're graded coins. Yeah, I would love to I would love to get an Augustus Caesar coin, but those things are so fucking expensive. Like, if you want any of the really famous, like, Roman Emperor coins, like, they're really fucking expensive. Because, you know, everybody wants, you know, an Augustus coin with, like, his fucking face on it from when he was emperor and shit. Because the cool thing is about Roman coins is back then what would happen is when the emperor was like in power, he would mint coins with his face on them. But then when the next emperor came into power, they would collect all of the coins, melt them down, and reforge them with the new face of the new emperor. So basically, finding coins, especially from the earlier eras of the Roman Empire, in good condition is very fucking rare. Because they would melt the coins down all the fucking time and recast them with the new faces and shit. So to find, like, you know, original Augustus Caesar coins, like, in really good condition, which personally I want one that's been clipped, but yeah, finding something like that can actually be kind of tough. I mean, you can find them, but they're pretty rough for the most part. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Zelda $70 price tag. Greater than Deadfall $70 price tag. Crazy. Amen, bro. Tears of the Kingdom's probably going to be a better game anyway. Even though I don't like it. But, hey, I can respect people that like Breath of the Wild. I understand why people like it. I just don't. But, dude, I'm going to get canceled. Like, people, who clipped them? So basically there was a practice back in the day. It was highly illegal, but what would happen is people would take a small little, like, clipping of a coin because they were pure silver or gold, and, like, before they would cash in the coin, they would take a little clipping off of it. And what they would do is they would collect the clippings and then melt it down and get a new coin made. So it was like basically an infinite money glitch. But here, I'll show you an example. Clipped. They're pretty cool. Honestly, I think it adds to the value because it adds to, like, the story, I feel like. It's, like, cooler because, like, it's actually a coin that was actually used. Because if it was clipped, that means that, you know, some motherfucker was out there, you know, clipping a little bit off every time it got spent. But yeah, this is what a clipped coin looks like. So literally they would take, like, basically ancient pliers and, like, take a little snipping off of the silver each time the coin would get passed around. And then what you could do is if you got a clipped coin, you could take it to, like, the mint and they would give you a brand new coin. So then you could just reclip it over and over again and just gradually build up, like, a little stash of silver. So it's kind of I think this adds to the overall value of the coins. It actually hurts the value for collectors, but I think honestly it's cooler because it's like, dude, that's actually like a neat kind of like story to it, I guess. It like shows that the coin was actually like used, and you know, somebody was out here, you know, you know, risking it all for a couple fucking tiny chunks of silver, because they'd literally chop off your fucking hands if they caught you doing that shit. Now, of course, it was very hard to prove that you were the one who clipped it unless they caught you with a bag full of clippings, but yeah, it was extremely illegal to do that shit. Because every time you stole silver, you were stealing silver from the government, basically. But yeah, I just think that's like a really cool aspect of a lot of those old coins, because it just really adds to the overall story of the coin personally. Versus just having like a pristine coin that never really got circulated. I think that's a lot neater. Did they do that in the US? I don't think we ever had like we did, but I think if you have damaged currency in the US, you're not allowed to spend it. Like, if you have a dollar that's ripped, I don't think stores will take it, or like a coin that's missing a chunk, they wouldn't take it, so that's the problem. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure somebody had to do it throughout history, right? But I don't think we ever had... no, we did have some straight silver coins, like silver dollars and shit like that. I don't know. I'm sure somebody did it. Let's see. I want to see if I can find a clipped coin. The problem is I want a clipped coin from an emperor I actually like. That's a cool one. Damn, man. Like, this is the thing I'm kind of afraid of, though, is if I start buying a lot of these coins, I'm gonna get addicted to buying these. Because, dude, these are so fucking cool. Like, bro, look at the detail in this shit. Bro, that's, like, insane. That is absolutely insane. Like, you can see the clipping on the bottom here. And right there, too. Like, the detail on that is absolutely wild. Shit. For being so old. It's just really cool, man. No, the Romans didn't die out, man. Look at the Catholic Church. A lot of the cardinals in the Catholic Church in Italy can trace their family lineage back to the nobility of Rome. Fun fact. A lot of the old Roman noble families are still very prominent in Italian society because of the Catholic Church. Like, if you ever learn about, like, papal history and shit like that, there's, like, a family, the Orsini or whatever. The Orsini were, like, basically Augustus Caesar's, like, one of his most trusted families in Rome when he first became emperor. And they, for, like, I think thousands of years have been, like, high-ranking Catholic Church, like, fucking cardinals and shit. Like, it's pretty crazy. So, if you want to look at the last remaining, I guess, part of the Roman Empire, look no further than the Roman Catholic Church.
26.
I mean, the church literally has all the documentation and artifacts and, you know, historical documents dating back to the Roman Empire. Like when the Library of Alexandria burned, you know, the Catholic Church still had all of their documents intact. So, it's pretty crazy, man. It's really cool to think about. I mean, you'd love to be able to, like, dig through all that shit, but unfortunately, you gotta be the Pope. Or, you know, give him permission to. Dude, I love the HBO series Rome. That shit's so good. They need to bring something like that back, man. That would do so well today. It's like crazy they don't... Like, I don't know, man. I feel like everybody loves, like, ancient Rome on some level. And a show like that would do very well in today's day and age. We don't really get anything like that anymore. Like, look how fucking nuts people go over for, like, fucking, you know... Game of Thrones and like medieval fucking historical kind of shit. I think it'd do well. Like, I mean, if you, like, this is the other really crazy thing about, like, the Vatican, for example. Because, like, the Roman Catholic Church is, like, the church that put together the Bible, they have all of, like, the original fucking texts from, like, the time of Jesus and before that. Like, dude, do you not, like, that shit's just insane to think about. Like, they have, like, 2,000-year-old fucking writings and shit. Just sitting in a fucking, like, vault, basically, underneath the Vatican. That shit's wild. But that was, like, the church's entire mentality is, like, they control the flow of information, therefore they get to, you know, maintain power. And, like, all the old religious artifacts and just, I don't know, man, it's really crazy to think about. Jesus never existed? That is cap, bro. Jesus is a real documented historical individual. Whether or not you believe he's the Messiah, that's up to you, but Jesus is a real person. That is factually proven. The Romans kept perfect documentation from that period of time. They kept an execution record. There's the documentation of King Herod, like, issuing the decree to kill all the fucking babies. Like, it's a very well-documented thing.
I can't afford this shit! Effective fire! Changing mags!
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, a Roman show with a House of Cards type threat. I don't even know if you need to do that. I feel like what you could do is have like 4 seasons dedicated to like Augustus, 2 seasons dedicated to like Trajan, 2 seasons dedicated to like Marcus Aurelius, like that type of shit. You could highlight like all the interesting emperors, I guess you could say. And just kind of do like, I guess, like, a few season runs of, like, their lives, basically.
Wasn't gonna let that slide.
Friendly cruise missile inbound.
The Bible says there are 3-headed dragons and a dude walked on water. Okay. The dragons thing is probably more of a metaphor than anything else. Because you got to remember, too, like, the people who wrote down... Like, this is the thing that's kind of weird to think about. And this goes for all historical texts. Is, like, when people used to describe stuff in olden times, like, they didn't know what half of the shit was. So it's like, you know, it's the thing the fucking ancient aliens retards use all the time to, like, say, oh, bro, it's a UFO. But in reality, like, that is kind of a valid point to a certain degree. It's like most people wouldn't know, like, what a lot of shit is that we know is today. Like, for instance, people used to think thunder was fucking, like, Zeus getting angry. Like, that's what I mean. It's like so much of this shit could actually be, like, you know, just mislabeled stuff that they didn't know what the fuck it actually was at the time. So they just, like, came up with something that was, you know, familiar that people would understand at that time. But yeah, you kind of have to think about that when you think about historical texts and shit like that. You know, like, for example, like, I think Caesar had what, like, epilepsy or whatever the fuck, and they thought it was a curse from the gods. So it's like, you know, something that would easily be explained, like, oh yeah, he just had fucking, you know, seizures and shit, like, no big deal. They thought it was like a fucking curse. So it's kind of interesting to look at that type of stuff, and you kind of wonder, like, how much of this stuff did they just not know how to fucking describe at the time? Zong Zena with the 2. J-Man was a communist. Uh-oh. That's very positive social credit of him. Well, I mean, I guess Jesus was trans, bro. He was a man and then he became God, so...
Bruh.
Trans divinity.
Could have been bad. Taking effective fire. Friendly UAV online.
Yo, speaking of the Bible, honestly, you know what I'm surprised is, like, a big fucking, like, series has never actually been made out of that shit. Like, you would think that would be, like, easy fucking cash, right? Like, have, like, a really top grade, like, fucking production value. And, like, make that shit, like, super fucking detailed. Like, bro, the fucking... Like, I feel like people would eat that shit up. I don't think anything like that exists, right? Like, a multi-season, like, adaptation of, like, just the straight-up Bible. I mean, you could literally make, like, fucking 20 seasons out of that shit easily. If you drew it out and, like, did everything as fucking, like, you know, written out. Yeah, bro, Mel Gibson made, like, what, $500 million off of that movie? Alone? I think it grossed over $1 billion.
Mission accomplished.
The Chosen? Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard of that. What is that? Let me see. The Chosen. I don't know what the fuck. What network is it on? 2017, 3 seasons. Yeah, but I'm like more... It says the life of Jesus. I'm thinking more like the entire thing. Like, start from the very fucking beginning, bro. Like, from Adam and Eve and all that type of shit. I feel like that'd be really fucking good. Because, dude, like, think about it. How many people, like, even if you could get, like, all these religious groups to, like, toss in money. Because the thing is, it's like, nobody fucking reads anymore for the most part. So, think about how many, like, people you could reach through a TV show. And that's what you could go and, like, you could, like, pitch to, like, fucking church groups and shit like that. Like, hey, you know, toss me a couple $1,000,000 towards this production, and it'll help, you know, get the message out. Because if you had, like, a straight-up faithful adaptation from beginning to end of the entire Bible, from start to finish, like, literally word for word from the actual fucking book, I'm pretty sure, like, you could get a shit ton of money in funding for that. And you'd probably make a fucking fortune in the process. You could make a fucking fortune in the process doing that shit. I mean, could you, like, once it's done, like, that'd be one of those things that would make money forever. Like, ever, dude. You would never not make money from that. There's just no way it wouldn't produce money. If you did it right and, like, put in all the fucking details from start to finish, you could make a shit ton of money. Easily. And I'm really surprised nobody's done that yet. That's actually really surprising. I mean, I don't really feel like it'd be hard to do, man. Like, it's pretty straightforward. Like, the entire thing's already written out for you. You know, and you could have, like, battle scenes and shit like that. I mean, you could tie it in with, like, the whole fucking ancient Rome aspect. You know, the Egyptian. Like, bro, there's a lot of shit you could do. There's a lot of really cool stuff. I mean, that's the thing, too, is you, like, the Bible is, like, quoted as one of the most accurate historical documents of all time, too, because all of the, like, actual events listed in the book actually occurred when they said it did. So it's not like there's not factual basis, so you could, like, pinpoint those different fucking events and, like, expand upon them as well to, like, kind of spice it up every once in a while, you know? Like, you could tie in, like, Babylon, you know, the Persian Empire coming in. Like, there's a lot of really cool areas I think you could expand with that. But you could make a fuck ton of money, man. I don't know. Maybe this will be my retirement plan if somebody hasn't already done it. I'll just get a fuck ton of money, hire, like, a fucking film and production crew, and just start printing cash. And play Jesus Walks as the opening. I don't really think that one would fly nowadays, man. I don't really know if that one would fly, especially in the Old Testament days. I don't know. That just feels like a really... Because, like, you think about it. You would have billions of people to potentially watch that shit. The Bible's massive. Could be a show. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I feel like that's just such an untapped thing. Weaponized autism with the two. There was one called the Oh yeah, that was shit, man. I know what you're talking. That's the one on History Channel. That was like fucking awful. That was like some fucking Disney Channel level acting. Lord Danielson with the 5. Look up The Chosen. Also History Channel to the 10. Yeah, dude, that shit was bad. I saw that. That one was really bad. Groovy with the 5, watching David slay Goliath with the ancient version of a pistol, aka sling. That's right, bro. Is it gonna blow his lungs out like a 9mm? No, it was pretty bad, man. It was pretty bad. Everybody in that show really oversold it, if I'm remembering right. It just had like you guys know, whenever you're like, I mean, this probably isn't relevant nowadays, but like whenever you're flipping through like radio stations in the middle of nowhere, you can tell when you've landed on the Christian channel because like the music's really corny sounding. Like it has that layer of like just unprofessionalism to, I don't fucking know. It's hard for me to describe. But it just has that like cheesiness to it. Like it's not gritty. Like, for example, Passion of the Christ or whatever, like, that shit's fucking based, bro. Like, that shit's actually accurate. Like, it doesn't feel like some Disney Channel fucking light and happy bullshit. Like, that shit's, like, actually fucking realistic to, like, what would have actually happened. Like, that's more the tone I'm looking at. Is you'd want something much more reflective. You know, when Jesus is walking around with, like, perfectly shampooed hair, it's like...
Bruh.
I don't know. It doesn't hit the same as like seeing a dude who's like fucking dirty and shit. Because like back then you wouldn't fucking bathe other than like once a month.
I can't afford this shit.
Oh, fuck off, Razor. Dude, I fucking hate that thing so much. But yeah, like, for example, if I'm remembering correctly, in, like, that Bible series, like, the whole fucking part about, like, the whatever, like, the locusts and all that type of shit, like, it was so cheesy.
I can't afford this shit.
Like, that shit was, like, you gotta remember, like, the fucking locusts and shit would have climbed inside of people, and, like, yeah. There's a lot of fucked up shit. I don't know, man. It's just that Bible series felt like some Disney Channel bullshit where it's like fun for all ages. I definitely want the more mature audience kind of like aspect. Mel Gibson is doing right now The Passion of the Christ Resurrection. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, he made a fucking bag off of that shit, bro. An absolute fucking bag. Because, like, I think the agreement was for him to come on board to, like, direct the movie was that he got 50% of whatever the, movie made. And they agreed to that. So he came on and, like, produced and directed the whole thing. And they weren't expecting it to be, like, an actual success. Like, they were expecting it to do well, but not as well as it did. And I think they only put, like, what? A couple $1 million into it. Like, it was not a huge budget movie at all. And it ended up grossing, I think, over $600 million at the box office, and I think over $1 billion after that. Cents. So Mel Gibson made like $500 million off of that one fucking movie, bro. Like, he made bank off of that shit. I mean, it was a massive success. Yeah, the whole controversy around it is because it was accurate. Like, I don't know what people expected. Like, when you got flogged back then, like, that was literally a way to, like, kill people. I don't know. It's like they wanted, like, this, I guess, romanticized version of it. It's like, that's exactly what would have fucking happened, bro. People were fucking brutal back then. But yeah, they thought it was too violent. And then, you know, you had some people saying it was anti-Semitic. It's like, yeah, the reason Jesus was killed is because of the fucking Jewish priest thought he was a fucking heretic. Duh. That was the entire reason he got killed. That's not anti-Semitic, bro. That's just what fucking happened. But yeah, people tried to claim that that was anti-Semitic because they tried to act like, you know, it was actually the Romans that killed him. It's like, why would the fucking Romans kill some random Jewish dude? They don't fucking care. It wouldn't even make sense. It was the fucking Jewish priest that thought like Jesus was a false prophet. So they wanted him taken care of and removed. So it's like, yeah, sorry the fucking truth hurts, bro. That's not anti-Semitism. That's called the fucking truth. Like, I don't even know how you could twist that as anti-Semitism when Jesus himself was a fucking Jew. It's like,
Bruh.
how is that anti-Semitic? It's just, it's really dumb, man. But yeah, anything's going to be controversial. But basically the main controversy is because it was super violent. But it's like, what do you expect, man? Crucifixion is literally like one of the most brutal and like painful torture mechanics that the Romans employed for a reason. It was to like put fear into people. Like, crucifixion was literally designed to be as painful and like just torturous as possible. That was the entire premise. It's like, I don't really know what they expected. Like, I don't know. Like, the whole point of the movie was, like, to demonstrate, like, the actual, like, I guess, sacrifice and, like, you know, I guess pain endured during the whole thing. But it's like, I guess people don't like... It's just weird. I don't know. I don't really understand how it's controversial. Like, it's rated R for a reason. Like, don't fucking take your 7-year-olds if you're worried about them seeing it. Like, shit. What a way to go back then, getting nails driven into your hands and feet. Well, getting them driven into your feet was actually a mercy. They didn't used to do the feet, just the hands. That was part of the torture, is that the weight would pull down on your shoulders, basically, of your torso. And I believe it made you die slower as well, too, if your feet were dangling. So a lot of times they wouldn't nail your feet. They would just nail your hands, and like that was part of the torture, is all the fucking weight would be on your like arms. Because if they nail your feet, your legs are supporting some of that weight. Level Nugget with a 2. Later MCU. Bible cinematic. Hell yeah, man. I just, like, bruh, I'm just surprised that has not been done. I mean, you could literally print money with that if you did it right. The problem is finding somebody to do it right. Weaponized autism with the 2. My mom made me see it at 7 years old. I mean, it's not a bad image to be, like, personally, I don't really see an issue with the kid seeing that, but, you know. People are pussies when it comes to violence. I mean, you used to take your kids to the public beheadings and be like, hey, this is why you don't break the law, little Timmy, or else your fucking head will get chopped off like this guy. Like, that's basically what you used to do. Yeah, the kids would stone people, you're right. Mm-hmm. You would stone people. Or you would throw, like, fucking food and shit at them as they're walking away to the execution block. Yeah, I think being stoned to death would suck. I don't really think that'd be a fun way to go. Yeah, I know about molten gold. That's how they killed Crassus. They melted gold and poured it down his throat. Nah, the Game of Thrones version was more bitch-made, in my opinion. Like, the way they killed Crassus, like this Roman guy, was they melted down a bunch of gold coins, and then they poured the molten gold down his throat, and he like choked to death on molten gold. Because, you know, pouring gold into your throat doesn't kill you immediately. You would literally suffocate on like this literal molten gold. Like, oh dude, that shit would be so awful. Oh my god. But yeah. Because that would not kill you immediately. Because it wouldn't be on vital organs. You would just suffocate as like a lump of molten gold was like forming in your throat. With the pain of like the hot metal. Oh dude, that shit sounds awful. But yeah, they did that because he had like this reputation for being the greediest motherfucker in Rome, basically. Yeah, his business model was he owned like a fire department. And what would happen is when people's houses would inevitably catch on fire, because they were all made of wood back then and you burnt candles and shit. He would show up and either you could pay like this insane fucking fee for him to put the fire out. Or he would let your house burn down, you would be broke, and then buy your land and then rent it out. For like pennies on the dollar. That was Crassus's business model. So yeah, he had a very bad reputation for being a greedy like piece of shit. So when he invaded Parthia and lost, and they captured him, they decided, hey, you know, since he loves gold so much, let's, you know, give him what he wants. But yeah, that's literally how they killed him. They poured molten gold down his throat. Throat goat? That's right, man. The golden gullet. I wonder if he made the gluck gluck noise as the gold formed. I mean, he did have a smart business model, you're right, but didn't make him many friends, that's for sure. Did not make him many friends. I've learned more in this stream than I have in school. I'm glad, man. Glad to share some of that knowledge. But yeah, school's boring. What's the device they would shove up your ass? Well, there's a couple, but the Pope's pear is the one I always think of. Or the Judas cradle, but they don't really shove it up your ass. Gravity pushes you down it over time. But yeah, the Pope's pear is the thing they would shove up your ass. It was like a butt plug that would open up and there'd be like a bunch of like razors and shit. So it would look like a pear basically, but it would open up like a flower. And all the edges of like the petals were super fucking sharp like razors. And then there would be like a device in the middle that you could twist and it would like cut up the inside. And then you would rip it out while it's still open and they would bleed to death. After getting, you know, their asshole literally shredded from the inside. But yeah, you would bleed to death. Or what they would also used to do too is they would take like a hot piece of metal and then they would just like fucking shove it up your ass as well until it killed you. Yeah, typically executions like that were only for like the most, you know, severe of fucking criminals. Normally you would just get hung, but yeah, when they wanted to put on a spectacle, man, they definitely had some creative methods back in the day. Like, shit. Weaponized autism with the 2. Now I want to lure the local furry to my house. Oh my god. Hey man. As long as consent is mutual. Wall bang. Azul with the 2. I'm glad I was born on this generation. That's right. That's right, man. Life was rough back then. Like, we got it fucking really easy compared to how people used to live. Like, shit. Like, it's pretty wild to think. Like, now you don't even have to worry about, like, hey, am I going to be able to eat this winter? But, like, back in the day, if you didn't fucking grow enough crops and preserve them, like, you literally didn't know if you were going to make it through the next couple months. Like, it's pretty crazy. We really don't have much to worry about nowadays. Which is why we got motherfuckers worried about which fucking pronouns people call them. Because there's no actual sense of, like, fucking, I guess, danger or risk anymore. We got to come up with things to be worried about. We got to make shit up to be, like, fucking, you know, the victim of, basically. The oppression Olympics are in full effect. Who can be the most oppressed individual? Alright, let's do videos, man. Back out. Enough history for the night. Dark. There we go. Mute that. All right, here we go, guys. Our feature presentation.
Arcane Studios, one of the most reliable and well-loved studios from Bethesda Softworks, just dropped a bombshell on Xbox fans saying, quote,
Let's put it in 4K, bro.
Redfall is launching on Xbox consoles with quality mode only. Xbox Series X at 4K 30 FPS, Xbox Series S at 1440 30 FPS, 60 FPS performance.
I guarantee you that resolution's going to be fucking dynamic, at least on the Series S.
Performance mode will be added via game update at a later date. No, not this. Let's dive into exactly why Redfall is running at 30 FPS on next generation consoles.
Bad developers.
This is Colt Eastwood. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to talk about why Redfall is running at 30 FPS on console and why it's going to be a major problem as well on PC. If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new content. And let's talk about why fans are upset about Redfall and what to expect at release. Xbox and the Arcane Austin team behind Redfall have been doing a major marketing push over the past couple of months with
No, they have not, dude. The only marketing they've done is literally fly out a bunch of fucking YouTubers and shit to play the game, but didn't even allow them to capture their own gameplay footage.
weekly
And then that shitty fucking IGN 3-minute gameplay snippet.
updates and new trailers, hyping up Redfall coming to Xbox on May 2nd, 2023. But just last week, there was a major debacle with IGN getting first hands-on game preview of Redfall that was a
Just look how boring the gunplay looks,
major
man.
disaster with over 15,000 dislikes compared to 1,500 likes on one of the first media-captured gameplay showcases. They were fighting a mini-boss, and there was a lot wrong with this gameplay footage, and most of it was due to the player from IGN controlling the game. Comments from viewers were complaining about how the IGN player was running away from the boss, busy picking locks, not rezzing the teammates, not using the character equipment properly, and just playing the game horribly. But overall, the game in this showcase did not look good.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
And the visuals and backdrop were also very underwhelming. Everyone was talking about Redfall, and it was not good PR for the team. But I showed this combat montage on my Twitter account.
At least he admits that he shilled the combat montage
Directly after this to explain to people how the game really feels, since I was able to play the game when they flew me to LA about a month ago to preview the game.
But they didn't allow you to capture footage, though. Even Star TV with the 2 Metroid Prime remastered looks better than this. Yeah, like the graphics in this game just look really underwhelming. The fact they can't get this shit to run at 60 is really fucking concerning. Like, there's something really fucking wrong with this game. Scotty Man with the 5, if Far Cry 6 can run at 4K 60 on console, this game has no excuse. Laugh my ass off. Xbox needs to get out the whip now, or it will be too late. I think we are past the point of no return, unfortunately. All Microsoft cares about is driving Game Pass subscription numbers. That's about fucking it, man. And they'd rather just put out junk than nothing at all, I guess. I don't know. It's just, it's weird. Like, look at the NPCs there. Like, he doesn't even attack. He's just fucking standing there doing nothing. Like, the NPCs look really fucking stupid in this game. Look, it's not even coming at him, bro. It's just standing there. Like, what are these fucking NPCs, dude? They don't even fucking react. They just stand there, waiting to be attacked, bro.
But right now, everyone is talking about this 30 FPS announcement for Xbox consoles. Let's talk about why next generation hardware like the Xbox Series X. Now, allow me to call it next generation because at this point, we've been playing tons of cross-generation games and some games that do not feel fully next generation yet. But like I said, let's talk about why this next generation console hardware like the Xbox Series X especially should be able to run this game built in Unreal Engine 4 at 60 FPS. When I was previewing the game in LA, we all entered a room with lines of gaming PCs and monitors connected with Xbox controllers. After being disappointed,
So you hear that? They didn't even let them preview the game on console. They only let you preview the game on PC.
I wouldn't be able to play the game on an Xbox Series X, where I normally report here on this channel. I noticed that the PC towers that we were all invited to play on did not look very impressive, and actually, they looked like old PC tower builds from...
I wouldn't worry about that because they're probably just industry grade. They're probably just industry grade computers. You don't get the fucking RGB lights and shit when you order, like, professional computers. Like, when you bulk order from, like, Dell or fucking HP or Lenovo, they don't put, like, fucking RGB fans on the front and all that type of shit. They just put it in a basic-ass case. That's not really a cause for concern.
Well over 10 years ago. When we got...
I doubt that. I highly doubt that. You just don't get the flashy fucking cases and shit when you buy, like, fucking, you know, industry standard computers.
Got into the game, it ran at 60 FPS on this PC, but it did not hold that frame rate very reliably. In fact, the open world many times, the frame rate chugged down well below what looked like 30 FPS and back up to 60 again.
So you hear that. The frame rate can't even stay constant on PC, and this is the environment that they chose to show this game off to, like, the media. But yet Colt never mentioned these performance issues in his initial fucking preview video, which is very interesting, right? You know, gloss over the finer details until you can't fucking deny it anymore. But yeah, if that's the environment they wanted to show it off in and it was dropping from 60 to like fucking below 30, that is terrible.
Also, some parts of the world seem to be in a rough shape, with some textures and geometry breaking under the stress in small parts, showing the game's problem with optimization. At the time when I played this game,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but there's something really fucking wrong with this game. And they're afraid turning up that frame rate is going to literally fucking break that shit.
on PC in this preview in LA, I was told by several people around me that code is usually like this previewed a few weeks old, and since the game was not due to come out for another 3 months at that time, I expected plenty of optimization to be a
So you hear that. Basically, oh, well, since the game was still a ways out, I didn't really feel it was worth fucking mentioning, is basically what he said, aka I damage controlled for it.
part of the window before the release, especially on PC and console. At one point during our hour-and-a-half preview of playing the game on PC,
U generation with the two, those PC cases can't even fit my 3080. Oh, yeah, they could. Because the 3080s that we get have, like, fucking all the little, like, plastic coating and all that extra shit all over it. If you look at the actual size of a 3080 without, like, all the fucking little accessories and fans and all that type of shit on it, it's actually not even that large. Like, it's pretty flat. So if you just get, like, a generic 3080 in there versus, like, a fucking EVGA or an Asus one, it'll fit. 100%.
see, one of the content creators next to me went into the PC game settings and noticed that the game was set to a mix of high and medium settings on the PC at 1080p. He also lowered some of the settings to try and get the frame rate to settle out, and it never did. Here on this channel, I normally cover games as they would run on Xbox consoles, so I chalked up the poor performance due to optimization or the settings on old code on this specific build of PC that didn't seem to be particularly impressive. But let's talk about Unreal Engine 4. Redfall is coming out in the middle of 2023, and I expected it to be built in Unreal Engine 4 and ported over to Unreal Engine 5 for a release date in 2023.
Who fucking cares, dude? If anything, it running on an older version of Unreal Engine should make the game more stable and be able to run at a higher frame rate with less issues. If they port it to a new engine, that's where more issues are probably going to arise.
Instead, we are getting last generation's Unreal Engine 4 on a game like Redfall that does not look overly impressive for a game that's coming out in the 2020s. Redfall does look great. It does have a great art style, and it is very colorful, and
I don't think it has a great art style at all. Dishonored has a great art style. This shit looks like Fortnite, but worse.
many games that have come out this year that I would say would be more visually impressive than Redfall, but with Arcane Studios, I don't expect mind-blowing visuals. I expect an incredibly well-playing and immersive story experience, and I was getting that with my Redfall game preview.
So you don't expect a AAA game releasing at $70 in 2023 to be visually impressive? Why?
Unreal Engine 4 does not have all of the extra efficiency features that you will get in an Unreal Engine 5 game that we'll start seeing at the end of this year on Xbox consoles, but the advantage of Unreal Engine 4 is that it is tried and true, and the features to get a game like Redfall optimized properly to run at 60 FPS on a new console should not be a stretch.
Exactly. There's no fucking unexpected issues that are going to pop up using the old engine. Whereas Unreal Engine 5, if they were trying to put like the game into that, you could be like, okay, well, maybe they don't know how the fucking engine works yet. But, bro, everybody's had Unreal Engine 4 for years upon years at this point.
And that's what we expected, 60 FPS on Xbox consoles.
I would have thought this game would have run at 120 FPS on Xbox consoles, to be honest. With it being a first-person shooter and all, and the graphics being as shitty as they are, I thought this was going to be one of those games that had like the fucking 120 FPS mode, if I'm being completely honest.
In fact, nothing about Redfall says it shouldn't run at 60. Even on the Xbox Series S, one of the things that could hamper performance and hold a game back from running at a stable 60 are the high quality and high resolution textures that have to stream into the world and be placed on walls, objects, characters, and other assets in the game.
And Redfall has none of those because all the characters look like fucking Play-Doh.
Fortunately for Redfall, the game has a simplistic look that is semi-photorealistic and then highly stylized to clean up that presentation. Looking at all of this footage that has been provided of Redfall, and you can see why the game should have no problem running at 60 FPS on a console with a 3.6 gigahertz processor, plenty of RAM, and a massive GPU chip like we have in the Xbox Series X. Unfortunately, many games that have been coming out on the Xbox Series X and the similarly powered PS5 have had frame rate drops issues where the game—
Dude, Atomic Shart ran like fucking horseshit for me. And that's putting it lightly.
can drop 5 to 10 frames in certain situations. In fact, right now I'm playing Ghostwire Tokyo, and that game has frame drops on both new consoles from PlayStation and Xbox.
Yeah, I heard Ghostwire Tokyo's Xbox version that just came out is like supposed to be fucking awful. Like really fucking bad. Like really unoptimized, glitchy, buggy, huge frame drops. Like it is not a good port.
Problem with console game ports is that the developer will choose at any time to bring a game down and lock it at 30 on a console if they don't think it'll hold 60 FPS long enough to satisfy fans. In other words, if a game drops too often on a console, the developer will just opt to bring it down and lock it at 30 so fans cannot complain about performance. If it's on PC, it can run anywhere and any way at once, and that's up to the user. But on a bespoke version of a console
really
game, developers have chosen to just bring a game down to 30 so that it cannot be a complaint in reviews or a representation of the game. The problem with
AKA, the game runs like absolute shit, and in order to make people think that it runs better than it actually does, we're going to limit the frame rate so they can't notice frame drops.
30 FPS is that the performance problem, especially with next generation modern hardware that we see with the new Xbox Series consoles, is Arcane says that the 60 FPS performance mode will be added via game update at a later date, and fans are wondering how much later. If the game needs an additional 1 or 2 months to get 60 FPS patched into the game, why not hold the game out and delay it and wait till performance mode is—
Because then it launches within 1 month of Starfield and no one's gonna fucking play this game.
locked for the game at release. Here lies a problem with the majority of fans and even the media journalists who will be reviewing the game. They do not care. Many fans will choose to play the game at 30 FPS with no problem, and many journalists will not dock the game for points if it doesn't run at 60 FPS.
They should.
Especially since they have the option to review it on PC, where they'll be able to choose the performance how they want. Now, let's talk about the minimum spec and required spec to run Redfall. Look at the minimum spec requirements and compare it to the Xbox Series X console.
Bro, this game looks like it could run on like a fucking Xbox One. There is no need for it to be that fucking demanding, bro. A 1070?
The CPU minimum spec requirement on PC—
I mean, I get like a 1070 is not super fucking expensive anymore, but like shit, bro. Like it's a dirt cheap GPU, but still, dude, this game is not fucking impressive whatsoever.
is an i5 8400 at 2.8 gigahertz or a Ryzen 5 1600 CPU, compared to the 3.6 gigahertz CPU in the Xbox Series X, which is well below what is in the Series X.
This game
the
could run
GPU
like
is
a
an
base.
8 with Redfall. Looking at the footage pouring over PC, and I can tell you there is no Arcane's other titles have been enhanced to run at 60 FPS, and the visuals of Dishonored 2, although a game that is almost 2 generations old, with a semi-open world, ran at 30 FPS.
Look how much better the world looks in this game, man. Like, obviously it's an old game, but it just looks so much cooler.
On an Xbox 360 back
It actually has a unique fucking style to it.
in the 2010s. Redfall has already seen an entire delay with the original release date in the summer of 2022. Now the game is barely making the release of summer 2023, and they are not ready to release the game, in my opinion, at full capacity if it's not running at 60 FPS. and this promise to come at a later date with a patch. The right answer is to delay Redfall until the full performance of the game is unlocked on consoles that we paid for. Remember, buying a $500 Xbox Series X or PS5 in this day and age and be expected to play a game at 30 FPS doesn't make sense when you look at the hardware and understand there is plenty of power and headroom to run games at 60 FPS like they intended. It's clear that Arcane Austin is quite far behind in many aspects of the game, and the 60 FPS mode might be an insight into other things that are not ready for launch and are not being talked about yet. I know that speculation is not fair, but if a performance mode of 60 has been expected and you're not ready, you have to question what else is not ready in the game. I also expect PC players with decent builds to have major problems holding a steady frame rate, and if Redfall's optimization in an old engine and Unreal Engine 4 is still...
Yeah, doesn't Arcane like have a really shitty fucking I guess history of PC ports as well? I know Dishonored 2 was fucking busted. I think Deathloop was busted as well too. And I think Prey on console was busted as well. Like, they have a really bad reputation for making shitty fucking ports. So it wouldn't really be a shock if that trend continued with this game at all. Like, I don't really understand why people hold like Arcane to like this god tier status. Like, yeah, the Dishonored games are good, but aside from that, I don't really think they're that great. But hey, right? Delta Gold with the 2, so many bland games this generation. Yeah, unfortunately, man, it's just like, you know, crap out generic shit. Hope you make a fuck ton of money, rinse and repeat. And Profit with the 2, remember when TF2 launched in between... Oh, wait, Titanfall 2 launched in between Battlefield 1 and COD Infinite Warfare? Yup. Terrible fucking decision. They should have put it out in March like the first game. Would have done well. I Styler with the 5 on top of... Wait, on the top of my head, is there a Sony game that doesn't run at 60 FPS? I'm actually worried about Starfield now. I don't think so. I think all of Sony's like AAA games that have come out have a performance mode. And for the most part, they stay at a locked 60 FPS, so this is a uniquely Microsoft issue, it seems like.
Still a problem. What else can we expect? Redfall comes out in just 3 weeks, and since this news dropped just today, we should be very curious to see how things develop as we get into the final couple of weeks of the game and into the time where it'll be reviewed, probably starting next week. I hope the team is able to find a way to get 60 FPS performance mode pushed ahead and ready for launch on May 2nd. And they need to bring in the Xbox team to make that happen, and that's something they should have asked for a long time.
They are the Xbox team, bro. What do you mean they need to bring in the Xbox team? Bethesda is the fucking Xbox team. Are they going to bring themselves in?
This is Colt Eastwood. Thank you so much for checking out this video. If you've been around here on the channel long enough, you know what type of videos I make, and a rant video is something that comes along every once in a while. This is a real insight to where Redfall's team at Arcane Austin must be so far behind, even with an extra year. Like I said, get the Xbox team in there and fix it. It's ridiculous. If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support the work we try to do here on the Colt Eastwood channel, you can hit the join button below, or you can join the Patreon. Either of those get you entered into early access for videos before they go up and entered into monthly merch giveaways. Like, this is my favorite one, this XNC shirt, but also, if you want to hear more about the news, and we're going to get an in-depth discussion about Redfall and the performance, I'm going to bring on somebody who knows a lot more about PC than I do. I mean, that could be anybody, right? But I'm going to bring them on to talk about this Redfall debacle.
Bruh.
Check out the XNC podcast at 5 p.m. Pacific time on Mondays or 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll have discussion about that. But I want to know what you think about Redfall. There's a lot of people that replied to me on social media saying they don't care, they'll play it at 30. Are you one of
What a shock.
those people, or are you one of the people that are going to say delay Redfall until 60 FPS is available? Let me know in the comment section. I know you will. And while you're there, please remember, be nice.
Be nice. God, I hate that shit. Let's see. Really should delay the game. Always struggle with the optimization. The game doesn't even look that impressive graphically. Let's see. I used to buy games day one all the time. What is the difference between this and the product you previewed and got so immersed in? Did the preview consist of a different build that won't be available to the public after a patch? I'm glad somebody called him out on that shit, because he literally had nothing but glowing praise to say about the preview. Now all of a sudden he encountered all these issues that he never fucking brought up. But damn, man. New trend. Let's see. Let's sort by newest. Personally, I don't mind 130. I see you, I'm Key. There you go. Of course, I'm Key's there with his wonderful takes. Here he is in our chat saying 30 FPS is a joke. And there's I'm Key saying, personally, I don't mind 30 FPS. Okay, bro. Lol dead. I love how people still defend this. I know. I'm hoping I can find some, because I saw earlier when I was on his video, I saw a ton of people defending it. When I initially clicked on it, I saw a bunch of people defending it, which unfortunately I have to scroll all the way to the bottom when it was first uploaded, but I mean, as y'all could see, I had people defending it too. Let's see. People crying over this is mad, crazy, and annoying. If Redfall will be buttery smooth at 30, and then wait, when the patch hits 60 FPS will be good. Oh my god. Yeah, like I said, there's people who are perfectly fine with this, man. Absolutely zero fucking issues. So much crying from communities over 60 FPS lol. You all ain't gamers. Time to kick out Xbox for buying Call of Duty. What the fuck? Have Sony be a monopoly of gaming and Ween? I don't think he's mentally all there. You do know your previous video is still up, right? The one where you gush most favorably about the game and the dev team without mentioning any performance issues or that you're playing a PC build. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do next. Is I want to go back to that initial video, because now that we have this extra context, I do want to see if he ever mentions the fact that he's playing on PC or if he had any fucking issues. Because that's the thing, is like when we watch this, I can't remember a fucking single negative thing he mentioned in the entire thing. Like I don't, it's like his Crackdown 3 review. Do you remember when we watched that shit? And like he gave it a 7.8. But literally mentioned absolutely fucking nothing negative about the game whatsoever in that review. Like, how the fuck do you arrive at a 7.8 if you literally state that nothing is wrong with the game in your review? Like, where the fuck do you pull that number out of? That's what I mean. It's like, he can't say anything negative about a Microsoft game. It's like a fucking, literal fucking mental block.
All right, I got hands-on. I finally got to play Redfall from Arcane. Let's look at what...
Did he mark this as sponsored? Okay, yeah, he did. Good.
The game looks like. Let's see what it feels like. Let's talk about Redfall.
Yeah, anytime you get like a free copy of a game, or they fly you out to go play a game, or you get like a demo copy or some shit like that, you have to like say it's an ad. Like, for example, when I played Forspoken, I put like shout out to Square Enix for the free game or whatever the fuck in my description, because you have to disclose that shit. It's kind of gay, but yeah. Delta Gold with the 2. Phil Spencer isn't gonna suck him, lol. I don't know, man. Depends on how much Papa Phil wants it, I guess, right? He may be swinging that way. I have no idea.
Just a couple of weeks ago, I flew to LA to sit down with the team from Arcane who are working on Redfall releasing May 2nd this year.
Nah, he didn't get paid, man. Getting flown out to play a video game's not exactly getting paid. He just got like a free plane ticket and then got to sit down at a computer and play a video game for a day and then flew home. That's usually how it goes.
Here in 2023, a major Xbox exclusive from the studio that brought us Prey, the Dishonored series. I've been waiting a long time for this. I was very fortunate to sit down with 20 other content creators and listen to Ricardo Bear, the head of the studio, get us ready and get us excited to play this game in single player. Here is the footage they provided of the experience we had to play in a mission, but we had full access to the game a couple of hours in. Of course, the first thing I did was chose to play as Layla Ellison. She's the biomedical engineering student who volunteered for medical trial where something went very wrong, and now she's got these telekinetic abilities. She actually reloads her gun with telekinesis, and she has the huge purple umbrella shield and that purple elevator that takes you up.
I don't think he mentions at any point in this video either that they didn't let you capture your own footage, and all of this is stock footage, by the way. Fun fact. Like, they didn't let anyone actually record footage at this event. They just gave everybody, like, fucking stock footage B-roll to use in making their videos. Bill Clinton with the 2. I wish my dick could get sucked like Cold Test Xbox. I know, man. If only. That premium Zuck, bro.
And get you into combat and over big obstacles to get a jump on the enemy. The lead of the studio, Ricardo Bear, said, I'm going to have all of you guys play this game by yourselves, because if I let you loose multiplayer and in co-op, you'll all run around like a bunch of hyenas killing everything in sight, and you won't get a feel for the tone of the game. And this is exactly what we got with big headphones on, with an Xbox controller in our hands. We were set out in the open world. We could go over to the main mission, which was a mansion up on a hill where a rogue doctor and scientist had been experimenting up in his attic and is partially responsible for the major vampire outbreak. But I chose to look around in the open world, and this is the open world of Redfall. It is much like a tourist town, but if you want to compare it to other games, the very first thing
Dude, you can see the frame drop right there. And this is their stock footage, bro.
It is much like a tourist town, but if you want to compare it to other games, the very first thing I thought...
You could see that frame drop hit right there, man.
Look around in the open world, and this is the open world of Redfall. It is much like a tourist town, but if you want to compare it to other games,
that shit fucking tanked.
the very first thing I thought of was State of Decay 2, mixed with a more compact version of Far Cry. In fact, most everything I saw and played felt like a version of Far Cry without the vehicles to drive around and the wingsuiting nonsense. But you could go over to every building, go into most shops, and loot like you would expect in Dishonored or Prey. Let's talk about the visuals for just a second before we get into some of the meaty combat. The visuals of the game look like an in-between version of what you would normally expect from Arcane Studios, but with more realism, but it is definitely stylized. Looking at the characters, they look...
There is nothing realistic looking about this game. It looks like Fortnite with cell shading, is the best way I could put it. Waterboy with the 2. Send the Xbox first party devs to boot camp. For real, man. For real.
like they're sculpted out of clay with more realism.
Dude, do you see the frame drops in the menu?
Looking at the characters, they look like they're sculpted out of clay with...
Look at the animations on the characters. Let me rewind it a little bit. There we go.
Sculpted out of clay with more realism, but that aesthetic
Look at
that
that.
you
They're not
get in a
even
Dishonored
animated
game that
right.
looks like a pastel or a oil painting come to life has actually been
I mean, now I'm going to look at this shit with like a fucking microscope, because now I'm going to look for any little issue, because that's going to demonstrate, I guess, more of like an overall trend of things just not working.
changed into some type of high-end CGI stylized movie that you actually get to play. The Arcane team gave us a build where we started a few hours into the game with about 7 perk points to assign to our player.
You see the pop in? Watch his hairline.
A build where we started a few hours into the game with about 7 perk points.
Do you see the shadow pop in on his hairline?
Gave us a build where we started a few hours into the game with about 7 perk points to assign to our
Pop.
player. I was able to go into the menu and start assigning perks, but without the actual time to sit down and realize what some of these perks will do to your character and what you can do in the world, I wanted to rush through this, pick a couple of things that look cool, and get into the action as soon as possible. We had 1.5 hours to play the game, and I wasn't sure if it was time to run out in the open world or head toward the mission and see what the big mission set pieces have on offer for Redfall. Everyone wants to know how the game plays and how that gunplay is, because Arcane Studios has made some incredibly high-rated games, but can they nail the feeling of first-person shooting? Well, they brought the team on from id and Machine Games to help.
It does not fucking show, dude. Because id Software and Machine Games both have high impact gunplay. Like, you see the chunks of fucking meat come off of a demon in Doom Eternal. And the guns in Wolfenstein feel like you're holding a fucking tank in your hands. Like, those things have massive fucking recoil and, like, they have high impact to them. This looks like just, it looks fake almost.
Help them with the shooting, and it definitely shows. In fact, one of the best things about the combat is that you can't just shoot and knock down vampires by shooting them with a hail of bullets. You have to weaken them. And the best part, the best feeling and
Like, look how lame the gunplay looks, dude.
down is to get up close, and after you've brought them to their knees, to stake them in the heart with a strong melee that bursts them into ashes and embers. It is
That's like the only aspect that id Software probably contributed, glory kills, but without the actual cool glory kill part.
so
It's just more of an annoyance than anything at that point.
satisfying. Check it out.
Yeah, it'll be satisfying the first 10 times you do it, then you'll be like, fuck, I gotta go walk over to this guy and go stab him. Like, what is the point of stomping on a skeleton, bro? Like, why not? Like, for this one, what is the point of that? Why not pop his fucking head like a grape and then stab him in the heart? Wouldn't that be way more fucking effective and get like the fucking cool blood and gore aspect and then, you know, stake him? Like, that would be cooler, but no, it's just literally glory kills without any of the blood and gore or glory. Whoa, dude, you get to poke him twice instead of once? Crazy, man.
Bruh.
Guns that are on offer are assault rifles, pistols, revolvers, shotguns, and then big heavy weapons that fire wooden stakes, or a beam of UV that will absolutely turn vampires into ash immediately so you can melee them into dust. Enemies can have a health.
Wait, so if you're burning them with UV light, why do you need to go stab them to turn them into dust? Wouldn't the light, like, burn them anyway? Sorry, small details, but again, I feel like that whole glory kill mechanic is going to get really fucking boring very quick, because you're going to be fighting enemies at a range, and you're like, fuck, I have to go run in and stab this fucker before he stands up.
Bar over them in the settings if you'd like by default, and shooting them by hip fire or aiming down sights feels exactly like you would want in a first-person shooter. The assault rifles are very punchy with the right amount of recoil. These shotguns are so great, especially for a game where you're knocking down undead vampires. And this is nothing like Left 4 Dead. It is nothing like Back 4 Blood. In fact, it's
Meaning it's not fun. Not Naya with the 2 played Overwatch 2 and Diva. Good choice.
nothing like most conventional games that you'd find in the zombie or undead genre. Like I said, it is more like playing a game like Far Cry, where every kill, every enemy you take down has purpose, has loot, and has meaning when you knock them down.
Give me the loot.
When you're
Give me
going
the loot.
around in the world, there are cultists. These are the humans that wish and worship the vampires and wish they could become like them. And in fact, they have posted around the world, and they're wandering around with assault rifles trying to take out the humans who are trying to stop the growth of the vampires. The atmosphere is absolutely dripping as the whole entire town seems to be abandoned and asleep. You are the only ones out there wandering, trying to actually save the town from being overrun. You'll walk quietly around looking for loot, looking for items and new guns for your arsenal, and you'll hear in the corner a whispering or mumbling vampire that is skulking around, rifling through things, talking to themselves, hunting you, looking for blood. And this is such a great opportunity to get immersed into the game. In fact, while we were playing the game, we were all sitting on computer chairs at the table with the big monitor, the headset on, and as the vampires detect you, they come at you immediately. And they don't just run at you, they try to flank you. They get in your face and slap you with their long arms and claw you with their fingernails. And at one point, I was so into the game that I found myself scooting back and rolling in the chair, and I had to keep bringing myself back up to the screen
Whoa, dude.
so I could continue to knock out those vampires. And when you get them with that stake to the heart, it feels just so great. And let's talk about that gunplay. Here is a little montage of showing how great that gunplay looks and the sound design they've used to give you punch behind the trigger.
Enemies that don't move or attack you. Not Naya with the 2, and I got one person mad at me for playing Diva. That's the way to do it, man. If you don't make a motherfucker pissed off in Overwatch, you're not doing it right. Yeah, I remember when we sped up the gameplay for this. Like, I put it in 1.5, and it made the game actually look fun to play, because everything about this game looks so fucking sluggish. Yep, when you speed up the footage, the game actually looks like it would be fun to play. But with how the game is set up now, the sluggish nature of it just is not fun. Like, look at it. They're not even moving, dude. They're just standing there. Like, bro, the AI in this game is fucking retarded. They don't even react to your fucking presence. Whoa, dude, this shit looks so good.
I can do this forever.
When we start off the game, we were in a old abandoned fire station. This was your hub world. You had a firearms keeper, a place where you could set your loadout, and from there you go out into the open world. And you could head toward that main mission, but there were also nests. These are big areas that have been captured by the vampires, and inside a blue bubble, they are buffed with extra health and more power. If you go in here and take out the vampires, you have to look for a generator, much like you would see in the original Dying Light. Once you bring those generators online, the UV lights turn on and you get all the vampires out of that influence area, and you gain some gear along the way. There are many of these open world areas that you can take on yourself, or move towards mission points, or find safe houses, which will become fast travel stations to get throughout the world faster, because everything happens in real time on foot unless you're fast traveling. Let's talk for a minute about one main mission that was available to us that we can show you here, and that's that mansion where the evil doctor and scientist has been holed up, and finding out the reasons and the clues why this breakout happened. Going into this mansion, it was actually protected by watchers, which are cult
that
members.
frame
I thought
drop,
they were mentioned.
bro.
It was
Watch
actually protected by watchers,
Whoa.
which are cult members. I thought they were mentioned. It was actually protected by watchers, which
Oh,
are
shit.
cult members. I
Damn, man, that's like a 30 to 20 range dip right there.
thought they were vampires, but the team from Arcane explained that these are actually cultists who have pleaded so much to become vampires that the vampires have infused them with this husk-like creature. They become a watcher, and they become their eyes on
Yeah, I'll do this again just for, you know, to prove the point again. But look how much better this game looks when you speed it up.
pleaded so much to become vampires that the vampires have infused them with this husk-like creature. They become a watcher, and they become their eyes on the field for us coming in and storming the gates. Everything you
Look
do
at that
has meaning,
aim,
and
man.
everything you do has consequences.
So keep in mind, guys, this is stock footage. And look how shitty the fucking aim is of the person who recorded this shit.
Become their eyes on the field for us coming in and storming the gates. Everything you do has meaning, and everything you do has consequence. And they explain there is a meter that runs at the top of the screen called the vampires hunting you. And this is a situation with all of the vampires you take down, some of the little bosses and some of their scouts. It will increase that meter, much like you saw in Prey. If you played the game, you'll get a meter up and the nightmare will come. This will bring a major, huge, hard to kill vampire boss. If you get that meter all the way full, then you'll have to stop.
But look how much better this game looks sped up. Like, it needs a 50% speed boost on all the animations, basically.
You're doing and take
And
on a
movement
huge
speed.
fight. And this is when co-op would be absolutely crucial. But playing the game alone has its own merit. It gives you that immersion and that feel of being by yourself and having a fear of the vampires you wouldn't have when you're with friends. If you do choose to play the game
Like, everything about this game is so sluggish and boring looking.
in co-op, which many will, Redfall will
Like,
scale
look how
the enemies
slow this
and the
shit looks
difficulty
now.
according to your
Looks
level
boring as
and who
fuck,
is helping
man.
you play in the game. Redfall is not a Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood type game. Like I said, it's more like Far Cry, and the mission structure is
y'all
very
see that? Watch that frame drop when that enemy dies.
Dead or Back 4 Blood type game. Like I said, it's more like Far Cry, and the mission
Whoa.
structure is very much go at your own pace, go where you want to, and take on the objectives as you find them. Going into this mansion, you can turn off and on your flashlight, looting cupboards and cabinets, and looking for keys to get you into locked doors, and finding collectibles that will actually help
Why can't you just kick the fucking door down?
you progress the mission, and one of them is to get you into a very creepy child's dollhouse. This was our glimpse into the game's fourth dimensional vampire underworld, where you'll find the spectral clues that will get you through the mansion and through the objective to find out what happened and why the vampire outbreak happened in the first place. The characters all have different personalities, and if you're playing the game
Twilight happened, bro.
paying attention, Layla, Remy, Dev, and Jacob all have their own little quirks and quips that they'll say
Man, they're so
as they go
quirky.
around the world, and they interact in context as you find things or encounter creepy situations. The game drips visually with style, and the characters also have that same charismatic and stylized personalities. While playing the game, I would routinely look to my left and my right as some of the people I met were playing totally different characters and doing completely different things that I was doing at that same time. And after we took a break from playing the game, I found out that Layla, the character that I was playing at, that everyone seems to be most excited about,
Oh god, this is the straight up fucking marketing pitch. Get ready, guys. This is like one of the cringiest fucking things you'll ever hear in your life.
might not even actually be the best character in the game.
No
This was
way.
a big surprise to me, as Dev, the character with the UV staff and a teleporter, seemed to be one of the favorite characters to play as, and got them around and into combat with all kinds of creativity. Talking to others, in fact, Dev wasn't even their favorite. Jacob was also another favorite with the sharpshooting Mark and Execute. His Raven acts a lot like Mordecai from Borderlands Hawk that goes out and hits enemies as well as targeting them so you can take out people quickly. He also has a cloaking power where he can literally walk by all enemies and take them out from behind or shoot them in the head and get through big areas when you're completely outnumbered. Just when I thought I didn't know if I should choose either Dev or Jacob the sniper, I found out that Remy De La Rosa, the ex-military girl with the little yellow robot dog, was another big favorite among the group. And this is a really good thing. In fact, just trying to choose which character you're going to play as makes the prospect of multiple playthroughs with friends using different characters and different builds will be so exciting for Redfall. Now, I don't know which character I'm going to choose when the game comes out. Creativity is another great feature of this game, as each character plays different and the way you choose to move around the world feels really great. In fact, I was really surprised to see that the characters actually mantle and climb up ladders and get over obstacles correctly with great animations. With Layla, I could throw out the elevator and get up to a tall cliff that I would normally have to travel all the way around to get to the top. The snappiness of aiming down sights with weapons, running and sliding by holding the B button, getting into cover, getting into position, and firing off weapons feels so great. And the animations as your character reloads, brings stakes into a heavy weapon, and fires a beam ray of UV feels so great. And taking on huge, larger-than-life bosses that are undead.
This is literally straight from the fucking PR material sheet he got.
Vampire monsters. These are big combat situations that you'll be able to use small arms, heavy arms, shotguns, and your special ultimate abilities. One of my favorite abilities that I didn't get footage of is Layla's bad ex-boyfriend. When you take down vampires, they will drop a little blue orb, and that helps collect for your superpower meter. And Layla brings in her ex-boyfriend, who has actually become the undead, an actual vampire. He materializes in and fist bumps Layla and goes forward and fights for you for a short amount of time, much like the robot that you could call out in Borderlands 2. There are so many perks to choose from that it's quite possible that in your playthrough, you probably won't get access to all the biggest or the best abilities.
See you, Layla.
Big set pieces, big open world, play as you want, go where you want to go, and find the things that you need to build up your character. Play by yourself, play with a friend, or play with a group. Can't wait to see how the full game of Redfall feels when I play alone, and how it'll play with a good friend or a good group of friends. Redfall comes out May 2nd, and I hope we get to see an open or closed beta soon before it launches so everybody can get hands-on, play this game online.
That shit ain't happening.
And pick which character they're going to main as they get into the big game. This is a big deal for Arcane. This is their first major online game in co-op. I cannot wait till you get your hands on Redfall. If you want to see more Redfall, stay tuned here on the
Not a negative fucking word, dude.
Colt Eastwood channel. We might have another preview of co-op gameplay online. We have just 6 weeks left. And as Arcane says, squad up or slay alone. And I can't wait until we do. This is Colt Eastwood. Thank you so much for checking out this preview. This was my first time being sent out to an event, and I'm so glad I got to meet the people from Arcane and play Redfall. It was so fun to sit there and play the game for an hour and a half and get immersed into what we have coming for the campaign. There's so much to look forward to, and like I said, I spent that whole time playing as Layla, and I didn't get to choose the other characters because I played the whole way. And talking to the other content creators, they loved the other characters they played at, so I don't think anybody made the wrong decision. And I can't wait for you to get hands-on with the game. If you end up enjoying this preview, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to see more content like this, covering games.
Yeah, this game looks so fucking boring. Let's see. This didn't age well. Am I the only one who actually doesn't care about performance mode? Oh, here we go, man. But all of this hype... Wait... But is all in the hype train to play, have fun with friends, yeah, cope. No one is playing this on Potato Box, might as well cancel the game. Turns out to be ass, X-Bros. Lol, this loser changed the title because previously he put Xbox Series X gameplay. Really?
Bruh.
Oh my god, I can believe it. I mean, I watched this on stream, I don't know. Maybe somebody could go back to the archive and, like, find that shit. Because I'm sure, like, the title popped up. But, dude, that shit would be fucking great if he actually did try to mark this shit as Xbox Series X gameplay.
I can't afford this shit!
So Rikinsey with the 2 Genshin CCP styled streams are more convincing. Yeah, hold on, let me check. I'm curious now. Let's see. Let's see. Live archive. Trying to see if I can find this. Eastwood. Was this it? That's Crackdown. That's not it. I'm trying to see if I can find this. Give me a second. I think this is it. I just want to see what the title was. Alright, so the original title that I have from that is Redfall Xbox exclusive gameplay, all new 4K 60 FPS, 15 minutes campaign preview. Yeah, so the way he titled it makes it sound like it's here, I'll show you guys. There, that's what it's called on his initial upload. What's Apollo doing? He's scratching himself in his crate, so he's like shaking it. So it says Redfall Xbox exclusive gameplay, all new 4K 60 FPS, 15 minutes campaign preview, Cold Eastwood. Dog, what a fucking great title. What a great fucking title. What a coherent sentence there. Redfall Xbox exclusive gameplay, all new 4K 60 FPS, 15 minutes campaign preview, Cold Eastwood. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro.
News, reviews, and previews. Join the channel membership below or the Patreon. Either of those will get you early access for videos before they go up live and get you entered into monthly merch giveaways. Also, if you'd like to hear an in-depth discussion about Redfall, some of the gaming news, what's going on with ABK, and all of the other stuff, you can check out the X&C podcast every Monday night at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and that's with my new co-host, middle-aged game guy, and we're going to have a really good time for that. That's also available on demand on Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts, and other podcast platforms. But I want to know what you think about Redfall. Write down in the comments which character you're going to start with, Layla, Jacob, Dev, or Remy. Let me know who you're going to play as,
Remy,
when you're going to play the game alone or with friends, and as I always say, please.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be playing Redfall at all. Am I the only one expecting tomorrow a Redfall delay to be? I don't think so, man. I don't know. I think Microsoft is determined to get this shit out of the way. I don't think they care about Redfall. They just want it out. Because, I mean, they delayed Starfield, supposedly, because of Redfall. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. We shall have to see. I didn't know Dreamcast guy made a video on this shit. Shouldn't be surprised.
This is ridiculous that
Why are you
Microsoft
licking me?
has managed to rack up
Why are you licking me,
another
dog?
huge
Nasty.
freaking L. Right now, Xbox is trying to really hype up
Soy
2023. We're getting games like Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport. Of course, Starfield is going to be freaking massive, but their game that's coming out here in just a couple weeks, Redfall, just got some very bad news. Redfall is, of course, a co-op vampire shooter that personally I've been excited about. I mean, the idea of blasting vampires with my buddies.
I still don't
and
understand
using
what the
magic.
fuck he sees in this game, bro. But then again, Dreamcast guy's a big fan of literally every video game that it's ever existed, so there you go.
Magic and stuff seems fun. Well, they just announced the game only runs at 30 frames a second on Xbox. This is an Xbox console exclusive that runs terrible day one. Let's talk about that. What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy here. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. So here we are over on the official Redfall Twitter account. They just dropped this and they are being completely roasted by the internet. Redfall is launching on Xbox consoles with quality mode only. That means on Xbox Series X, it will run at 4K, 30 frames a second, and Xbox Series X, 1440p, 30 frames a second. 60 frames per second mode will be added later at an update. This is so terrible. Now, before we even get into anything else, the Xbox Series X has enough power. I play a lot of Xbox games, and you know what? They actually typically run at 60 frames a second. I think this game, to me...
Yeah, that's the thing that's weird, bro, is it seemed like Microsoft had their fucking priorities straight when it came to, like, you know, I guess frame rates. Because, like, Halo Infinite, Gears 5... A couple other of their games have had like 120 FPS modes.
This tells me the game is unfinished. It is unpolished. It is unoptimized. If
It's trash.
you actually need to update something as basic as frames per second, if you actually cannot get it to run on day one, push it back. First-person shooters need frame rate. I've been playing more and more stuff on my actual PC here, which is pretty dang powerful. And let me tell you, every game is better with better frame rate. Whether it
Don't tell Supernova that.
is Dying Light or Destiny or even just a random freaking card game, everything is better at 60 FPS. And I'll even go a step further than that. Above 60 frames a second needs to be the new target. I wish that more games would actually run at 100 frames a second or 120 frames a second, especially like indie stuff on the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox. Freaking 60 frames a second should be the floor, and then we go above that. This
Agreed.
is
I'm glad the Dreamcast guy and I are on the same page. 60 should be the bare fucking minimum.
acceptable. And of course, pretty much everybody is getting extremely freaking annoyed by this. These are big Xbox accounts. Destin Laguirre is a guy who does a YouTube channel that's very Microsoft focused. And he's like, what the heck? I guess I'm playing it on PC. I have to buy a PC to play this. I will not be playing it then. It should be the other way around. Performance mode first and quality mode second.
Amen.
I mean, that's exactly, I agree 1,000,000%. Freaking frame rate, especially in a fast combat-y game, is more important than 4K visuals. Oh great, I can look at the textures. It doesn't matter
There are no fucking textures.
if it looks like a freaking slideshow. That's a big oof for me. Star Wars it is then. I'm waiting for that 60 frames per second update. Damn. Guess I won't be playing. Look at that. Everybody, look at this. After the Arkham travesty, devs should just delay. I actually keep seeing this. People keep saying the game needs to be delayed. Even under this tweet, people are saying, holy heck, delay it until it's 60 frames a second. Delay the game. I didn't buy my Xbox Series X to play 30 frames a second games. I know the subject of every podcast will next week. This is unforgivable. Straight up. I will not be playing the game if it's in.
Dude, Microsoft's not going to be able to flex the fact that they had 3 million players in Redfall. Dog, that shit's pitiful. I'm sorry. Like, that's what Microsoft advertises now versus saying, like, oh, yeah, we had 10,000 or 10 million sales. They're like, oh, well, 2,000 people downloaded it in Game Pass. It's like,
Bruh.
it is kind of sad, honestly. Because, dude, I cannot imagine Game Pass is actually profitable, all things considered. I just have the biggest fucking press X to down on that shit imaginable. In the history of mankind, I don't fucking think that service is profitable whatsoever. Especially when you consider how much money they're missing out on.
Until it has that 60 frames a second mode. Now, I want to say I am actually extremely upset by this. I was not going to talk about this gameplay clip that was going around. IGN had a chance to actually play the game here. This is their clip from IGN first, and a lot of people were discussing it because, if we're being quite brutal here, the gameplay looks very bad. It looks very, very unfinished. I mean, why is this vampire guy just standing there? This is supposed to be like a big boss, by the way, and he doesn't seem particularly dangerous. Everybody on the team has full health. Literally, this guy is just kind of limping around getting shot. Look, this guy is so slow. They're literally just stepping out of the way of his shots. Now, of course, this game is very much about, man, these quick cuts are not helping the gameplay look more fun. But it definitely looks very slow, very empty, very clunky. And a lot of people, even in the replies to this tweet, were basically being like, is this really the game? Is this what it's supposed to be? I didn't initially talk about this because, honestly, I kind of wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt. When I first saw this gameplay, I thought, okay, maybe this is just somebody playing the game poorly. We've definitely seen games that previewed bad but were fun, like Sonic Frontiers. But man, God, I hate the jump cuts that they keep doing here. This game, in my opinion, does not look finished. This AI, this does not seem like a scary, like this. Why is this vampire walking so slow? It's so weird that this game, that's trying to act like the big next Xbox experience, seems so unfinished, seems so unpolished, seems so dang raw. Man, I have to admit, it is funny that Phil Spencer himself was like, hey, most people don't care about 60 frames a second, so I guess it doesn't matter. The replies to this tweet, I do feel like, are actually a great sign about the fact that Xbox fans themselves are pushing back. I think that's actually the best sign of all. Microsoft people do sometimes.
Oh God, here we go.
Feel like they're overly defensive. People with like Xbox console.
Bitch. All of y'all motherfuckers are overly defensive. Like, you're overly defensive of every little fucking thing that Sony does. This is pot calling the kettle black right here. If we're keeping it a $1.50.
Profile pictures on Twitter specifically. Sometimes they defend bad business decisions, which is fine. You want to play for Team Xbox and play in the console wars, whatever. It's social media. Do whatever you want. I am happy to see so many people straight up saying that this is just unacceptable. I will not be touching the game at launch. Starfield is going to be 30 frames a second. Dang. Oh my God. Microsoft is clearly willing to accept.
Zong Zeno with the 2. Thoughts on doing a drunk stream? I probably won't do one anytime soon, man. My virgin lips have not touched alcohol since August, so I don't really plan on starting anytime soon.
30 frames a second. If Starfield is 30 FPS, that is definitely not. If Starfield better be a crisp sissy. If Starfield is 30 frames a second, this
it will be.
Is going to be freaking. Legitimately, I don't understand. I don't know how this is possible. I mean, the Xbox Series X is a beefy machine. This is not some last-gen, cross-gen. These are games that are apparently made for the Xbox, and yet they can't run. That, to me, is a huge, huge red flag internally that maybe either deadlines are being missed, coders are messing stuff up, or something like maybe
Microsoft missing deadlines. I would have never guessed.
Microsoft isn't writing people hard enough. I mean,
That's the issue. They're not fucking in there whipping the fucking, employees into shape. Like, the whip is not cracking enough in Microsoft's offices. 100%.
honestly, genuinely, in my heart of hearts, delay games that cannot actually run in performance mode. I play every game in performance mode. Even if it's an MMO, I play everything in performance mode. Look at that. On a first-party title, oh my god. Everybody is just... I love this. The fumble. Arcane Studios with the fumble. My god. I knew the frames per second issues when there were early reviews, but
That's
I figured
Microsoft
they'd be
with
fixed
every
by
opportunity, man. They just fumble that shit.
launch. Oh man, looks like I'm playing it at a later date. 30 frames a second is a hard nope in 2023. Nothing but good news with this game. I'll be honest, people got really upset at me when I initially said I feel like this game might actually die just a couple weeks after launch. I think this game might be completely screwed even when it does drop. A lot of this stuff, a lot of big Xbox games definitely have the Xbox push, the Game Pass push. It comes out, people are excited, you already have Game Pass, you install it and play it. I think that really boosts player numbers. But
Y'all just want me to drink on stream so you can take advantage of my emotions.
But if this game runs bad, lacks content, is not even a smooth experience, and is online only because currently it still actually needs servers to even turn on, I think Redfall is... I think this game's going to be dead in the water. And I feel bad because Arcane Studios...
I've been saying this shit since day one, bro. This game is dead after a week. I've been saying this shit for over a fucking year, guys. I'm glad people are finally fucking realizing.
Has such a great history, but this is, straight up, this is not acceptable. Make your voice heard. If Xbox...
Oh yeah, you may be a master manipulator, bro, but I'm a master baiter. Haha, get masturbated.
thinks they can get away with 30 frames a second games and people keep downloading it and playing it and defending it, well, then that's all you're going to get. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy your literally countable frames. Ridiculous. What do you guys think about this? Please tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And please keep dreaming. This is, what a shocking L. Thanks so much for watching that video.
Is it really shocking, though? I don't think it's shocking, man. This game's looked off for quite a while. Let's watch RGT, bro.
Y'all got me
Damn, man, he's looking fresh. What the fuck?
out here making another video. No hat on. I just helped Phoenix Resale
Dude, he should not wear his hat more often. He looks a lot better.
load up the truck of all my games. I'm doing some big stuff in behind the scenes here right now. I'm rearranging stuff. But y'all got me with my hat off, making a video about Microsoft on the secondary channel because this company is a joke. Redfall is launching on Xbox consoles with quality mode only. Xbox Series X, 4K 30 frames per second.
Yeah,
Xbox
I would have thought,
Series
dude,
X,
I would have thought he was bald too, because most people who are bald wear hats. Most people who aren't bald do not wear hats.
1440p, 30
Especially
frames
indoors.
per second. 60 frames per second performance mode will be added via game update at a later date. This is absurd. This is absurd for a myriad of reasons. First and foremost, this says to me this game is not done. This game is not done.
Yep.
The only reason this game is coming out right now is because they realized that they were going to miss all of the June releases that they said. When they said all these games are coming.
I don't wear a hat at all except when I go work out, man. And I only wear the hat to keep the sweat out of my eyes. I should get the fucking whatever like Gucci headband that fucking Soulja Boy wears.
Coming out within the next 12 months. None of them did. Forza didn't. Starfield didn't. And Redfall
No, I hate the feeling of wearing a hat. Like, I don't like the feeling of having shit on my head. Like, a pair of headphones is about all I can take.
probably shouldn't. There is a huge management issue at Xbox, and I love Xbox, but you got to be realistic about this. There is a huge management issue if they can't get Redfall to run at 60 frames per second on day one. Who plays
A beanie? I'm not Tim Pool.
quality visuals over performance mode? I don't. I'll maybe take a look at the quality visual mode, but all the time when I'm actually playing a game, I want to play the performance mode. I want the best performance. And I know people are going to say, well, that's rich coming out of you. You play a lot of Switch stuff. And I do play a lot of Switch stuff.
Yeah, but the Switch is a fucking tablet.
However, I always look at the performance based on the system. You know,
But also, a lot of Nintendo's games do run at 60 FPS, funnily enough.
realistically, the Switch is not an Xbox Series X. An Xbox Series X not being able to run a first-party developed, published game at 60 frames per second on day one. And it shows you that this is a development issue with the company because it's coming at a later date, meaning that they want it to be in the game. It's supposed to be in the game, but it's not going to be in the game. How many times is Xbox? This is the start of the Xbox Series X. Realistically speaking, Halo Infinite was a botched nightmare. It's gotten better, but it was still a botched nightmare when it came out. This is the start of the Xbox Series X. The 3 games that were supposed to come along, and they were supposed to be like, okay, now we're being serious. Now we're being for real here. Now we're going to show you, you know, we got Redfall, we got Starfield, and we have Forza. I don't know how anyone can have any sort of confidence with Microsoft in their first party games and Arcane. Oh, Arcane doesn't miss. It looks like they're missing
Yeah, people do not. I don't really know if people have confidence with them at all anyway.
a little bit here.
I don't think this can erode something that already doesn't fucking exist.
I don't understand how anyone can have any sort of trust in Microsoft.
I don't.
A company that has constantly, you know,
Lied. They lie, bro. They are giving Todd Howard a run for his fucking money when it comes to the title of Sweet Little Liar. Like, bro, Phil Spencer just gets up there and fucking lies, bro.
just been very shady about what they do. And maybe I understand why Sony doesn't want to, you know, do this whole Activision merger thing, because they don't trust Microsoft, you know?
Scotty Man with the 5, I love how as soon as Xbox takes an L, everyone and their mom makes a video on it, but if it's Sony, they'll let it slide. I don't agree with that at all, bro. Like, everybody jumped down Sony's throat on that Last of Us shit. I think it just depends. I mean, I definitely jump down their throat always. But, I don't know, I don't really feel like anybody let that fucking Last of Us PC shit, like, slide. Even Yong, yeah, saw us guys next time, and he covered that shit. I don't know. It just depends. But I think this is a pretty big L all around. Because, I mean, this is a pretty obvious case of the game's not fucking ready, but they're going to release it anyway.
And maybe they shouldn't. I still want Microsoft to, you know, be a thing. I enjoy my Xbox, but this is fucking ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. It reeks of laziness, and I'm someone who can identify laziness. It reeks of laziness. It reeks of a rushed game, because all of that damn gameplay footage, none of that looked like a game where it's like, oh shit, 60
Looks
frames per
boring.
second. That's gonna be pushing things. This is a visual masterpiece. Could have been a last generation game visually.
Yup.
Let's be realistic here. And
It
I
looks
guess
like an
kind of
Xbox One game.
is in some instances because they couldn't hit 60 frames per second.
This looks like a game that would have launched with the Xbox One.
I'm not a pee hole.
Like, bro, honestly, I know what the art style looks like. I figured it out, guys. It looks like this shit, kinda.
History of heroes come seeking to make their name. The dashing, skillful, and perfect of skin. dazzled and determined.
Does it not look... This looks more realistic. The graphics on this look better. And this was supposed to come out in 2013. But this is what it reminds me of.
And
It just came to me.
who carry big, pointy swords. With the cheers of the simple village folk ringing in their ears, out walked these brave heroes, seeking adventure and justice. Or maybe just fame and reward. But what they find every hero must be tested.
The art style is kind of similar, though. It's like that really cartoony, semi-photorealistic kind of look. No, this never came out. It got canceled. And then Phil Spencer shut down Lionhead Studios, who makes Fable.
Every legend earned. For what is an adventure without danger? A fable without a hero.
But yeah, this kind of reminds me of Redfall, bro. The way the characters are designed, it's very similar in my opinion.
Whore, I'm not a frames per second whore. But when I'm paying
Only I think the graphics in Redfall are fucking worse than that.
$500 for a machine, and all these other third-party games have no problems running at 60 frames per second. They don't have any problems with performance mode being a thing on day one. But this first-party game that's been in development for a very long time, that was supposedly been done for quite a while now, struggles to hit 60 frames per second and does not hit 60 frames per second on day one. Locked at 30. There's bigger issues going on at Microsoft. Let me know what you think of this in the comments section down below. And as always, guys, thank you for checking out this video. Oh, I didn't put it back on me. Let's put it back on me here so you can see the locks of hair. I'm not bald. What people say, RGT's bald. That's why he wears hats. I like hats. I've always liked hats. I will
You should not wear hats, bro. He looks a lot better without a hat.
always like hats.
He looks way younger, too.
And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next video. Later.
Like, he looks like 10 years fucking younger. It's kind of crazy, honestly.
Holy crap.
That's what I was saying, bro. He's looking kind of fresh because it's like, damn.
Y'all got...
It looks like he, like, fucking reverted 10 years, honestly. Like, people who wear hats look older, in my opinion, but... I don't know. Is Fable 3 as bad as everyone says it is? Holy fucking hour. No, it's not. Fable 3 is very good. Fable 3 is very good. Let's see if MBG is taking his victory lap. Yeah. Oh, damn it. It's a fucking stream. Damn, bro. I wanted to see if he took his... Maybe it's timestamped.
Continue to buy publishers. Continue to buy publishers. Because look at what you're doing. Good work. You're doing good work. Now, I want to say, because I know I'm being hard on Xbox, and I'm not even, to be honest, I want to give credit where it's due. I've seen some dedicated Xbox fans coming out here calling Microsoft out.
Okay.
Calling Arcane out. And I want to make that clear. I've seen people calling them out from the Xbox fan base, from the Xbox dudes. These motherfuckers were out here just last week, literally celebrating the news about PSVR 2. I mean, they are out here. They smell the blood in the water. vocal minority, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. But let me tell you, this vocal minority has more influence than you would think. I came across
No, they don't.
a tweet, okay? Check this shit out. I saw this morning, and I was like, there's no way. I was literally like looking around like, there's no way people are actually this brainwashed. And they are. This tweet I came across, I forget who it was. It was a person who clipped Colin Moriarty. I think it was on his latest podcast episode, but it was a 2-minute clip, and it was talking about the Activision deal. And he was basically saying, I'm paraphrasing, of course. You have to listen to exactly what he says. But he's basically saying that what Microsoft is doing by buying major video game publishers is not something that's ever really been done in the industry before. Sony nor Nintendo have done this. He then went on to explain that there's clearly a difference in the way that Sony handles their studios and their talent compared to how Microsoft handles their talent. You know, he's just making sense. He's just telling the truth, right? Because everything Colin Moriarty said is absolutely true. Microsoft is the first one making moves like this in this industry. We've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Sony's never done it. Nintendo's never done it, right? And he's also speaking the truth by just claiming that over the years, we've clearly seen a big difference between PlayStation studio games and Xbox studio games. These are just facts. And I shit you not, when I went to go look in those replies, the most upvoted by like 120 upvotes. It was like 120 people
Oh God, is this on Reddit?
agreed with what this dude replied. Again, I'm paraphrasing. He essentially said, so everybody gets mad when Microsoft does it, but Sony's been doing this the entire time. Last I checked, Sony bought all of their studios and publishers. And he literally, I'm telling you, I had to restrain myself. He literally said, Sony bought publishers. And people were just like, yeah, they did. Okay.
Yeah, no, they did not. Dude, Sony has never bought anything on the level of fucking Activision or Bethesda.
Maybe Bungie self-publishes, but do we really consider Bungie a major publisher on the scale of Bethesda, Activision,
They have one
Ubisoft,
game.
Square Enix? I don't think so. I think that's pushing it a little bit. But even then, it's like, dude, this is what he was saying, and he was basically saying it's the same, dude. What are you talking about? And I also want to point out, just because I know I'm paraphrasing Colin Moriarty. Colin Moriarty did say that Microsoft buying publishers and using their money to do business is a perfectly viable way to run their business and to do their business. He wasn't sitting there saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do this. I wanted to make that clear as well. But I came across this tweet, and it's not what the dude said. Because in my opinion, that dude he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You're actually sitting here trying to compare when Sony bought Naughty Dog in 2001, right? And got them to make Jak and Daxter. You're trying to fucking compare that to Microsoft buying Bethesda and Activision Blizzard? You're trying to compare Bungie to Activision Blizzard. The dude had no idea what he was talking about, but believe me when I tell you, the amount of people that came across that tweet and said, yeah, this dude's right. Yeah.
I mean, retards are not exactly a shortage on Twitter, bro.
I'm going to click the heart on that. I'm going to retweet that. So it may be a vocal minority, but holy shit, are they damaging people's perception and distorting their reality with bullshit? So I'm fucking glad to see that the reality comes out. The fucking reality that Aaron Greenberg lied. That's right. The head of Xbox marketing lied right to your faces. The new standard, 60 FPS. Buy our console. Flash forward, 2.5 years later. Yeah, Redfall's going to be 30 frames per second. You'll get a 60 FPS patch later on. Please subscribe to Game Pass. But let's cheer on Microsoft. Let's cheer them on because you're the best deal in gaming. Please continue to buy publishers. Continue to buy publishers. Because Look at what you're doing. Good work. You're doing good work. Now, I want to say, because I know I'm being hard on Xbox, and I'm not even, to be honest, I want to give credit where it's due. I've seen some dedicated Xbox fans coming out here calling Microsoft out, calling Arcane out. And I want to make that clear. I've seen people calling them out. So I'm not trying to group everybody together. There are loyal Xbox fans, dedicated Xbox fans who are turning to Arcane, turning to Microsoft saying this is unacceptable. And I think that's good. I think that's exactly what needs to happen because in my opinion, the only way Microsoft corrects this situation is by coming out tomorrow and announcing that Redfall's delayed and it's not releasing until the 60 FPS patch is ready to go. Not even patch. It's baked into the game as it should be. It's there day one. Whether you're subscribed to Game Pass, I want to remind people, Microsoft is asking anybody who wants to purchase and own this video game and doesn't want to rent it through Game Pass, they're asking for $70.
Yeah, that shit's what's even more crazy is like this is their first ever $70 game and like basic fucking functionality are missing at launch. Like shit. It's not really a great fucking sign, man. MBG is spitting right here, as much as it pains me to say.
Okay? Just want to make that clear. So I don't want to make it sound like
first $70
the entire Xbox community is out here defending this. The majority of them are probably pretty upset about this. But I just hope that going forward, dude, I hope that these vocal minority who clearly have a significant influence and know it, I hope that they remember this shit because they're going to need to because they want to tell me all the time about how, dude, Game Pass is the future of gaming, bro, and Microsoft having all these studios is going to be good for the industry. It's all good. Is it all good? Doesn't seem like it's all good to me. And yes, for those wondering, if Sony comes out at some point in the future and they come out and they say, hey, we're going to ask you for $70 for this game, but there isn't going to be a 60 FPS performance mode. It's going to come later on. Yeah, I'm going to give them just as much shit. I'm going to give them just as much shit. But that's the thing. I'll be honest. I don't expect Sony to do that. I do expect better from Sony, where it's like, look, man, every game you've released, your studios have been killing it. You've been giving them the time needed. I mean, look, I've been going berserk on Sony for the past year and a half, talking about how they're not doing a showcase. But, you know, I can't help at times like this think, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay, because if the idea is we're not doing a showcase because things aren't ready yet, then we're gonna give them the time. So that way we don't run into situations like this. Here's Spider-Man 2. Get hype. 60 FPS performance mode. That's going to come later. If that's why I'm not hearing anything about Spider-Man 2, then that's fine. Just finish the game. Just finish the game. Dude, I'll be honest, I really would have thought Microsoft would have learned from Halo.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I really thought Microsoft would have, and that especially to me is like,
especially with basic ass functionality too.
This is why I'm trying to encourage people to stop fucking cheering Microsoft on. This is why I've said over and over again that Microsoft has something to prove. And this is it right here with their games that they own. They have something to prove. I'm not talking about, oh, well, they got Wo Long Fallen Dynasty and Lies of P in the Game Pass. That's great. Those are great reasons to subscribe to Game Pass if you're interested. But if you care about the Xbox brand, if you care about Xbox Studios, you have to be able to look at this and say, this is a problem. This has been a problem. It's not going away. It's not stopping. So you have to ask the question, who is responsible for this? Who is responsible for the constant bullshit coming out of Microsoft? They go an entire fucking year all of 2022 with no major first-party releases, to where people are out here telling me, Lies of P, bro. Lies of P. Or not Lies of P, fucking High on Life. Lies of P looks great, by the way.
Bruh, High on Life.
No offense to High on Life, but that's the champion of Xbox in 2022. And the champion of Xbox in 2023 right now is Hi-Fi Rush. And no offense to that game, but that should not be their champion. Redfall should be the champion right now, not Hi-Fi Rush. People shouldn't be saying, well, if Redfall is a complete fucking disaster, it's okay because we got Hi-Fi Rush. Like, no, dude. No. It's worse. It's worse because Hi-Fi Rush was already done. Hi-Fi Rush was a game that was already in development. This game, yes, it's true. Redfall was already in development before Microsoft acquired them, but this is where Microsoft can step in and prove that they know what to fucking do as a publisher. Delay the game. For your fans, for the people that you asked to buy your powerful console.
The world's most
insanity
powerful
that
console.
Microsoft still hasn't learned, dude. They approved this. They said to Arcane, they said to Bethesda, yeah, just put that tweet out. They'll get it in a post-launch patch. It's fine. No, it's not fine. This is why Halo fucking died.
And I really just don't think they care about this game, bro. They just want it out of the fucking way. They want it out of the way of Starfield. It's pretty obvious to see.
And the fan base doesn't even fucking care. Not the Halo fan base. I'm not talking about them. They do care. Like the hardcore Halo.
The fucking fanboy base doesn't fucking care.
Players are like, what the hell did you do, Microsoft? They do care. I'm talking about, as people call it, the vocal minority. Well, they're extremely vocal. They don't give a shit. They're too busy hyping up. Well, we got Activision now, baby.
The
Who
fucking
cares about
Xbox, bro.
Well, everybody cares about Call of Duty, apparently. Who cares about Halo? I'm fucking tired of it, man.
Yeah, to be fair, though, Forspoken's not a first-party game. So that would be like, you know, expecting Xbox fanboys to be furious at Microsoft for, you know, what was that game? Fuck. Shit, what was that stupid fucking horror game that they had, like, the exclusivity and marketing rights for? Shit, and it turned out to be like a fucking puzzle game with some of the worst shooting on fucking planet Earth. Scorn, yeah, that was a Scorn, bro. That'd be like expecting, you know, I guess Xbox fans to be furious at Microsoft over fucking Scorn. It's like expecting, you know, PlayStation fans to be furious over Forspoken. It's like, well, Sony didn't develop that game, just like Microsoft didn't develop Scorn. Like, sure, you could make the case that they should have allocated their fucking marketing money better, but at the end of the day, it's not really that big a deal because they aren't the ones who actually made the game.
Tired of it. And they should be too. God damn, man. All these are the same dudes that are putting memes of Jim Ryan's crying face on their thumbnails and in their memes and shit. Well, I hope you fucking make a meme of this. Go take Aaron Greenberg's face and make a fucking thumbnail for that. Put his tweet in your thumbnail.
I don't think Aaron Greenberg would fit in a thumbnail.
In your meme. Telling you, man, I'm telling you, dude. You see these people? They jump at every opportunity. People say that's what I do for Xbox. You know what people won't tell you what I've said about Xbox? Any of the good things. Yeah, it turns out I got more bad things to say about Xbox than good things because I think a lot of the things they're doing are not that great when it comes to actual game development.
Agreed.
It's just crazy to me that it's like, if the idea is we're going to buy Bethesda and we're going to let them be autonomous, we're going to let Bethesda take care of their own business as usual, okay, that's fine. But I guess that just means now that you own them and you're correct me if I'm wrong, but when you boot up Redfall, when you boot up Starfield, you're going to see Xbox Game Studios logo in the beginning. Are you not?
You will.
So they're part of Xbox Game Studios. Last I checked, that's Microsoft. They're your studios. What good is it buying
Can I see the hearts on the screen? I don't even know where they would pop up. Let me try it on my phone. Yeah, it's probably like a mobile feature, I would assume. Let me check. I can let y'all know if I see the hearts. Yeah, I see the hearts popping in the chat. It doesn't show it on desktop, but yeah, see? They're not popping up on the chat here, but on my phone I can see them in the chat. I think you can customize it. Yeah, I'm spamming the 100 right now. But yeah, that's weird they don't have it pop up on desktop where people are actually fucking streaming. That's an interesting choice. You would think they would show up on like your fucking studio.
A publisher. That if
Yeah, I was spamming the 100.
they're gonna fuck up, and if they're gonna screw up, just saying, well, okay.
I guess that's the feature from Instagram, right? Interesting.
I don't know, man. I do not understand. Anyway, I have some super chats I'm going to read. Yeah, I love that. I love that terminology. It's free on Game Pass. Yeah, it's not free. You're still paying for it. I mean, to a lot of people, they'll make it sound like $10 is nothing.
I mean, it is, but
when you compare it to what you're getting. And yeah, it's like, yeah, that's a great, for the amount of games you're getting. Same thing with PS Plus Extra. $10, $15, the amount of games you're getting. It's a good deal. It's a great deal. But it's not free.
True.
It's not free. Unless you're, I don't know. Apparently there was a loophole. I don't know. I think Microsoft closed that loophole. There was some
Yeah, that loophole was great, man. I exploited the fuck out of that loophole.
kind of loophole or something where
I fucked that loophole until it was a loop gape. There we go.
people were like exploiting the $1, which at $1 may as well be free. But I think I think recently Microsoft got rid of the $1 deal. Irate Volcano 71, you're saying with Xbox continuing to release games with this kind of quality in their games and allowing it, how do they expect to succeed? It's what we've been saying. It's what I've been trying to say, man. They expect to succeed by, number one, offering the best deal in gaming, the cheapest deal in gaming, and number two, buying publishers, securing what would be considered must-have IP that they didn't make. That's how they're going to do it. And people make it sound like I'm insane for not respecting them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Microsoft was not buying all these studios, the Xbox would be completely fucking irrelevant right now. Like, there's not a shadow of a doubt that Xbox probably would be gone at this point. Like, the thing that Bethesda and Activision do is gives Xbox, like, a place of permanence in the video game industry that otherwise they would not fucking have. Because, let's face it, like, bro, honestly, I mean, somebody would be like, oh my god, you fucking fanboy. But it's like, dude, without Bethesda and Activision, if Xbox disappeared from the video game industry tomorrow, would anyone actually fucking care? Like, would anyone actually be missing out on anything? Like, what games does Microsoft have outside of Bethesda and soon to be Activision's games? They have fucking the husk of Gears of War and Halo, which are fucking beyond shadows of their former selves that most people don't fucking care about anyway at this point. They have Forza, which it's a racing game. We can live without that shit. And that's really about it. Without Bethesda and Activision in the equation, would anyone really even miss them? Oh, I guess Minecraft. Yeah, fair enough. Minecraft would be about it. But they would be able to sell that easily. Like, Minecraft is it. Like, bro, think about that. But then again, they bought Minecraft when it was already... So, that's kind of similar to Bethesda and Activision in that sense. You know? Like, Minecraft would exist without Xbox, so... You know, Forza, Gears of War, and Halo wouldn't really exist that much without Xbox, if that makes sense. But, yeah, I mean, I guess you could make the case for any of those games and be like, oh, well, technically they would. But yeah, you get the point. Basically, if you take away Microsoft's big studio acquisitions, like their multi-billion-dollar acquisitions, their legacy in gaming is almost non-existent at this point. The only legacy they have in gaming is the shit they've bought that other people have built, basically.
People make me sound like I'm some kind of crazy person out here that's like, I don't think that's the right way to go about it. And you know, I get it. Like, from a consumer level, people are like, well, I'm not complaining. I get it. I get more games in Game Pass. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. But I'm not just looking at it from the consumer level. I'm thinking there's a systemic problem in Microsoft with their publishing unit, with their with the way they manage their studios.
It's not just the way they manage their studios, it's the way they manage their entire company, from what I've told, but yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't think buying publishers is going to fix that.
Nope.
I mean,
it won't.
It can help Game Pass succeed, yeah.
Unless they put Bobby Kotick in charge of the gaming division, it's not going to solve any of the fucking issues. They need new management.
It can get them to a place of potential success.
Bro, could you imagine the golden age we would enter if Bobby Kotick was allowed to be the head of Xbox? Imagine every single one of those studios with the fucking consistency of a Call of Duty developer. Bro, imagine if fucking like Bobby Kotick and the Activision leadership team went into Bethesda and said, all right, you have 2 years. We want the next fucking Elder Scrolls. Get the fucking work. All right, it's been 2 years. We want the next Fallout. All right, get like, bro, could you imagine how great that shit would be? Like, dude, we need the fucking Taskmaster to come in and fucking whip these bitches into shape. Because there's no fucking excuse for why Bethesda could put out fucking Oblivion, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Skyrim in one fucking generation, and then 2 years after that release Fallout 4, and we haven't gotten a fucking Elder Scrolls game in 2 gens now. Like...
Bruh.
And Bethesda's only gotten bigger as a studio. You can't tell me that there's not a reason behind that shit, man. That's called inefficient management. Inefficient fucking management, bro. The whip needs to crack.
That's for sure in the long run. But it's not, and to be honest, I don't know that Microsoft can fix the problem at this point. I've given up, to be honest. I've given up. If they delay Redfall and they come out and when they talk more about Starfield, if they delay Redfall and then when Starfield comes out,
Alto res with the 2, but Griffin Reddit said crunch is bad. Bruh. Oh my god. It's just like, yeah. Hard work equals bad. Shit sucks.
They're like, yeah, it does have a 60 FPS performance mode. At that point, I'll be like, okay, maybe you guys are starting to get it now. Like, you can't just expect to launch these games without these critical features that people expect.
I can't afford this shit!
And just say, we'll add it later. You're getting it in Game Pass. What's the big deal? To me, that's not going to help them succeed. That's, in my opinion, that's not going to get people to subscribe to Game Pass. Microsoft has to know this. You know, I've seen a lot of people make the argument in the past that, well,
that's why Game Pass is plateauing, man. They're not pulling in new people.
Well, Game Pass still demands quality. Yes, it does, because Game Pass is not free. If you remain subscribed...
Yeah, it's like Netflix, bro. People cancel their subscriptions all the fucking time and then, you know, renew it for a month whenever something interesting comes back.
the Game Pass, it adds up and it becomes expensive. To remain subscribed to Game Pass for 1 year, that's the equivalent of practically 2 full-price games. Close enough to it, anyway. So you should still be expecting, like, if the 2 big exclusive titles for Microsoft this year that are going to launch in the Game Pass are Redfall and Starfield, you absolutely should expect those 2 games to be very close to what you would expect paying $60 for a game. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, as a PC gamer, I don't care. That's the good thing with Microsoft. They launch day and date, and I'm just hoping it's optimized on PC. But hey, at least it won't be as bad as The Last of Us.
It could be. It could be even worse, man.
I would hope not, dude. Jesus, that would be Could you imagine if Redfall? Could you imagine if Redfall launched day and date on PC Game Pass if it was in the same state as That would be bad, dude. That'd be bad. But yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way Redfall's going to be as bad as The Last of Us. The Last of Us was
Don't jinx it.
I don't know what the hell Sony was thinking there. The exact same thing I'm saying right now.
I mean, Starfield definitely has the potential to be worse than The Last of Us. Like, I think that's a realistic scenario. Bro, Starfield could be well more broken than the fucking Last of Us. Let's be real here. With procedural generation, 1,000 planets, space travel, bro, the possibilities for Bethesda jank are fucking endless. Like, let's keep it a $150, everybody. Starfield could be one of the biggest fucking technical disasters in gaming history.
Applies to Sony on the PC front. Like, Sony, next time delay your fucking game before you release it on PC. Please, for the love of God. Like, don't start ruining your reputation now. But I mean, on PS5, it's fine. Well, you're saying you don't care.
Oh
I don't
my
know,
God.
Himanshu. I think you should care a little bit, dude, because it's. You know how I care about the fact, like, I'm not a PC gamer. I don't play games on PC. I'm not spending money on The Last of Us on PC. Because you bring up The Last of Us. I could, if I wanted, just say, well, I don't give a fuck.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off. It's late. 3:50. So I'm probably going to go ahead and go to sleep. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Have a great Thursday, everybody, and I will talk to you all later. Goodbye, everyone. Hopefully you'll have a better day than fucking Arcane did yesterday. So, GG, well played. Peace out, everybody.